走り炎の戦士を照らす飛び散れ筋肉ビーム勝利に向かって私は強い筋肉マン走る見事にああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私は強い筋肉マン走る見事にああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight
Alright folks, good morning. Morning? Afternoon, I guess. 2 Friday the 13th in a row in 2026. So of course I have to play another game that's what has been on my radar for as long as it's been out. It's been out for a while. And by a while I mean a few weeks now, a couple of weeks? Fairly recently released, but haven't gotten to it yet. But now that it is a thematically appropriate day, we ought to get into it. But I am getting into it a little bit late today, since BF closed. When BF closed, he wants to play his own online games while watching full movies or YouTube, whatever, at the same time. And because the apartment still hasn't gotten back to us about repairs, and so we can't move in just yet, we're still stuck here in a corner of Mom's house where the Wi-Fi is the weakest, so it's either one of us or both of us using the internet, or one of us or none of us using the internet at the same time. But either way, that's all besides the point. The point is we got Paranormal Sight to play, The Mermaid's Curse, the second Nakagoshi case. After the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. I look away for a quick second. Or is it? And bitrate was acting wonky. Now as far as streaming in the weak Wi-Fi corner of the house, I've basically done whatever maintenance I could to guarantee as well performing Wi-Fi as I can for here, but depending on the mood of Comcast or the dust motes in the air, we basically got to get lucky with this. So, here's hoping. Now, all that aside, I don't see anything about you cannot stream past the opening chapter or whatever. The first game did have, for a little bit after release, a little disclaimer about please do not stream past the first chapter. But by the time I got around to streaming the first game, where'd it go? There it goes. By the time I got around to streaming the first game, there was no such thing on the Steam store page. So let me check real quick. Paranormal Sight store page. Mature content, features, no. Nothing about streaming guidelines. Which means we got the whole game we get to play, don't we? So I'll punchy play a little bit of this when it first came out. But I know that I knew that I wanted to get around to it myself, so I didn't see too much of his brief playthrough. He also only did like the first opening chapter. I don't think due to any particular stream guideline reason. But since we're not limited, let's just jump right into it. First game was excellent. First game stuck with me for a bit. Let's do the second one now. The cool zoom in through the O to the undersea portal. We still have the storyteller again. Wasn't the storyteller a very specific entity in the first game? Now, it's been a good long while since I played the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. Now that is just insulting. The moment that I play the game proper, the bitrate tanks to 0 for a second. 0 again. Come on! There's nothing else up. I've unplugged and replugged in the things that could be unplugged and could be plugged in. There's no reason for the bitrate to periodically take a dive when I just get started trying to play a game I really want to enjoy. Is it the Wi-Fi adapter? Is the Wi-Fi adapter a little bit loose? So yeah, it's been long enough that I've forgotten exactly who the storyteller was. Was he the Onmyoji, or... I feel like I should take a refresher of the first game again, at the very least, play through the final chapters a bit. Because I do remember the story, I just forget some of the revelatory stuff. Maybe he's decided that being the host of spooky mystery anthologies is a pretty decent afterlife retirement plan. The storyteller, our guide to the world of paranormal sights. Yeah, very keen storyteller, but set us up. He knows about the upper right corner of the screen. Auto button display, profiles. The guide to those who visit paranormal sites. Everything else is a mystery. No files. No story chart. Oh, you got autosave. We've also got manual save load. You can't take that from me. Check the brightness, controls, and other settings. Now I did look at the settings a little bit before starting stream. Brightness, by default, is up here at 50. And I don't mind the default too badly. My chair keeps on sinking, it's really obnoxious. The two things I'm gonna whinge upon endlessly is the state of the Wi-Fi in this corner of the house and my chair constantly sinking. Ugh. That wasn't a bit, that's how low it gets. Wow. But down here to minimum keeps it very, very visible. I'm not used to that. Normally, with these brightness bars, it feels like the image that's supposed to be barely visible is nearly invisible at the halfway point. So I think we'll keep it at minimum darkness. Files updated, what do we get? The how to play. Confirm. Cancel. Whoops. Middle button for menu? Nah. I could use escape on the keyboard for that, right? No, I can't. I could use tab. Okay, we'll use tab then. Now why can't I just use this? What if I want to use escape? Is this the type of game where every function has to be its own unique key? Or can I double them up? Because technically, I don't see anything bound to escape. Nope. Escape key to Alright. Alright. Escape key is a hard cancel, so I can't change that. Whatever. Whatever. I can't believe they made the game woke. It's got drag screen. I butchered it. Let me try it again. I can't believe they made the game woke. It's got drag screen. Try to take a look behind me. Drag the screen to look behind me, and then look back. Now I do notice we appear to be in some kind of cave. Are we underwater right now? Is this an underwater cave? Oh. Was it too much to expect? Some kind of spook there. Click his face. Let me pinch those cheeks of yours. What is this place? Who am I? Is this gonna be another mystery? Was it the storyteller himself who was the Onmyoji, or was it the person we were playing as? The man behind the option selection? Was that it? Again, it's been ages since Paranormal Sight for me. And I do recall there was some kind of twist puzzle like, who am I? Put your name in. Am I really this girl who was missing for a bit? No. Am I really the player character we thought we were playing as? No. But then you put the clues together. Am I actually this ancient spirit? So it wasn't him, it was me. I forget if the storyteller himself had an additional role. He was definitely helping suss the memory out. Are you Nakagoshi? Who am I? It is for that reason that we do not know. This chair, come on, come on. Have I gotta drag this bed over to the computer desk and just sit on the edge of that because the bed can't sink? If you go back to my previous mods of like Fields of Mystria and whatever else, it's pretty tragic that you could probably you could trace the path to my chair's failure over time. Continuing through the story should allow me to remember my true objective. So there is a little... Are we gonna be another dead spirit? Is it gonna be another... Are we gonna repeat the meta surprise from the end of the first game? Nothing behind me? You don't know. Maybe during these scenes it might give me something different to look at if only I have eyes to see. Okay, I do get to ask both. Come to know where we are eventually. Is it an undersea cave? It's all teal and blue and green. I was talking about that. Previously served as a guide to a different tale to the World of Paranormal Site. The 7 Mysteries of Honjo. I am. We gotta... Excuse me. We gotta be honest. Concerns a number of legends passed down in Ise Bay, Mie Prefecture. Oh, weren't those mermaids a thing of beauty? Basically take an Oni's head and stick it to a fish. This particular image here reminds me of growing up into my, in my 20s, right? It reminds me of my 20s in the 2000s, the 2010s. And the idea of a so-called mermaid problem. Do you want a mermaid with the upper half of a fish and the bottom half of a woman? Or the top half of a woman and the bottom half of a fish? I guess that's stuff that the older folks consider themselves about. Like, oh, this is the older folks' humor, this is the boomer humor, the Gen X humor. If it's human on top, well then she hasn't got anything to play with down below. If you give her something to play with down below, then she's got that ugly fish face up above. Maybe millennials are just built different, but the way I always saw it is, if she's got the upper half of a woman and the bottom half of a fish like here, the mouth still works, hands still work, you know, there's plenty of ways to make love. Maybe they just weren't imaginative back in the older folks' time, who knows? But it is funny how during your upbringing and formative years, a lot of the media you get are primarily from those more advanced than you. So it's kind of like living through somebody else's time capsule in many ways. Ya Bikuni continues to be told in places as the Wakasa province, modern-day Fukui prefecture. So naturally there has to be an element of immortality seeking in this story, isn't there? Files updated, what have we got? Mie Prefecture is down over here. Located in the eastern part of Ki Peninsula in central Honshu. Falls within both Chubu and Kinki regions. Rich natural diversity, differs greatly between northern and southern regions. When are we going to get a paranormal site? Mysteries of Gunma. It is, after all, the last savage frontier of Japan. The land whither repair the waves from the eternal world. Ise Shrine. The eternal world, realm across the sea, separate from the one in which we live. What, America? The land where the waves from this world continually broke, connecting material and the world beyond. Neat. I think I might have seen Ise Shrine pop up in various, tourism stories. because tourism stories are very popular in Japan. In fact, these games are themselves tourism games. What was it? Murdered Soul Suspect was the most surprising tourism game that I played. Murdered Soul Suspect wasn't a very fun game, but all the entire time I was playing it, I thought, this feels exactly like one of those Japanese tourism board games. And then we get to the credits, and it is in fact a Japanese tourism board game, but for the town of Salem. Birthplace of the Iga ninja clan, of the Isehi clan. And many more. Oh, they got specialities, pearls, Issei lobsters, abalone, turban shells, oysters, Issei udon, Matsusaka beef, and many more. Well, now, I'm most tempted by the seafood. Issei Bay. The Sea of Issei. The exact range varies. In this game, it refers to the area of sea surrounded by land, up to the line drawn from Cape Irago in Aichi Prefecture to Cape Dayo, so just here specifically. Mermaids, general term for half human, half fish being. Creatures resembling both fish and humans in various places. Depiction mermaids blur the line between human and fish. Often grotesque monsters. Eating mermaid flesh, according to Yao Bikuni, could grant eternal youth and longevity. So upper body human, lower body fish, more recognized in the early modern period. Most common depiction in the West stems from sirens of Greek mythology. They could be pulling in some Greek mythology into this if they want to be a little international. They did, after all, cover the fact that the waves from Issei crash on the shores of the other world. And it's covering the idea that the Greek sirens were akin to spirits or fairies. So maybe it's definitely going to be more Japanese in nature for the kind of game this is, but they might draw in for some Greek twists. We got dugong and palau. Okay, that's your file so far. To enjoy the story even more, or pick up essential hits for the meta plot, for the meta mystery. Words in blue, related entry in your files. Kameshima. Right over there, closer to the other province in here. Between the Atsumi and Shima peninsulas. Most distant of the four popular islands of the administration of Toba City in Mie Prefecture. Name comes from the turtle-like shape, kame, meaning turtle in Japanese. Oh, it does kind of look like a turtle. Look at that. There's the shell. There's the head. You got, like, maybe you could imagine that's a fin that's currently swimming through water. Youth organization leading revitalization effort to boost local economy and strengthen the community. Island logo and mascot character? Kameshimaru. Now I'm tempted to look it up, but I'm kind of hoping we get to see Kameshimaru in-game. That's gonna be my focus character, Yuza Minakuchi. If nothing else, please remember that. You'd experience events through the eyes of a young resident, Yuza Minakuchi. Please remember that. Okay. There's a little blub in the water there. Do you suspect that that is... I mean... I got some thoughts going already. And I kinda miss what that was saying. Fictional, I don't know, counterpart. Hey, MP83! Did you come to me or did I go to you? Can I recall if it was a dream or reality? If I was asleep or awake, Tales of Issei. Now the thought I was thinking was, we're kind of going up through the tunnel to come into the game. So do you think that the camera view coming from the ocean upwards was us? Sphinxy does a Jackbox stream every Friday, and you as a Jackbox loving fan are not there? I've never been invited, MP. I've heard hints of it. That you and other super friends have mentioned. Where's my invite? I've got all my mail here. Veterans Affairs, Health Department, Veterans Affairs, Health and Human Services Agency, but I don't see my Jackbox invite. No one gets invited there, they just go? Special, but not that special. Ah. Well, it's also not just any Friday, MP. It's also Friday the 13th. 2 Friday the 13th in a row this year. That's kind of special. And so I feel the compulsion to take a break from procrastinating on getting my tax stuff done. Some of those envelopes are kind of related to here's information you need when filing taxes, etc. Do you have the whatever? Look. It's spooky, alright? Maybe Friday the 13th isn't any more unlucky than any other day. But it's kind of like a mini Halloween. We get to have our little special Friday the 13th mini Halloween 2 months in a row this year. August 7, 1980X. Okay. So, there's a 70% chance that I haven't been born yet. Well, if it's August, let's say a 60% chance I haven't been born yet. Yuza's pretty cute, not gonna lie. He was born for this moment. The legend of Kameshima's patron saint of diving. Yuza Minakuchi, job class, Kameshima Youth. +5 to guts, +5 to constitution. -10 to chair, pneumatic stability. I'm looking around the room, trying to find out what could I sit on, apart from this chair, that's got height and comfort. Because I'm at the point now where if I could just bring a tree stump from outside, I would. Storyteller we've met, Yuza. 18 years old, male apprentice ama diver. Born and raised Kamishima. Quiet and serious, he's got an eccentric side. Sees him make jokes and wisecracks with a straight face. Oh, he's straight. Catching her he's talking to off guard. Lost his parents at a large-scale maritime accident 5 years ago. Totally not going to come back again in the plot. Raised by his grandmother. Veteran ama diver. Suya Minakuchi. Now, Blue usually has a corresponding note, but I guess if we haven't met her yet, then we don't get the Suyu note. Briefly found work, seafood processing plant in Toba, after graduating high school early in the year. Hearing that Suyu had injured her leg, forcing her to retire from diving, causing difficulties in her daily life, he quit his job after only 3 months, returned to Kamishima. Caring for Suyu while looking for work on Kamishima, recently made the decision to follow Suyu's footsteps, become an ama diver himself. He's only 18. Some might see this as throwing his life away for family obligation and for a low-growth job. But the fact of the matter is, when you're younger, is when it's better to be more financially reckless. And if he wants to spend some good years of his life being an ama diver and taking care of grandma, that is some good decision. That is taking care of his own. Current diver rank 1. Unable to bring himself to enter the sea since the disaster that took his parents' lives 5 years ago. Hoping his previous aptitude for swimming led itself to a natural talent for ama diving. A quiet, introverted child became more animated while befriending Azuma Kumoi, a boy his same age. He would get into mischief together. And Azumi alone treats him the same after his parents died. Cool. And that's Azumi? Azumi Kumoi. Best friend. Plus 10 to guts. Plus 15 to charisma. 19 years old, male fisherman. Born, raised Kamishima. Friends with Yuza since childhood. Friendly. Caring. Willingness to help those around him. Someone the islanders of all ages rely on in time of need. He's a man of the community. Father's a fisherman, accompanied him out to sea on a boat from a very young age, grew up never doubting that he too would one day become a fisherman. So the maritime disaster 5 years ago wasn't just Yuzu's family that was Yuzu's family, but also Azumi's too. Father died of the maritime disaster. Mother, an ama diver, same as Yuzu's grandmother, raised Azumi. So they're both raised by their ama diving grandparents too. Their ama diving grandmothers especially. And his much younger brother on her own. Looks after his brother in the off-season, graduated middle school, refused his mother's suggestion to attend high school and quickly obtained a 4th-class boat pilot license while helping with fishing around the island. Cool. Takes his father's small fishing boat, the Sayun Maru, on fishing trips on his own. I can't remember if Dad's fishing boat had a name or not. I'm sure it must have. The half-joke in the islands are all boats are named Regina, but Dad being some white guy from Southern California, I feel like Regina wouldn't be his style. Frank easygoing relationship with Yuza, childhood friend, up to mischief together. Felt lonely after Yuza left for work on the mainland. Welcomed the news that Yuza be leaving his job, returning to Kamishima to take care of his grandma. They have a lot in common. They both lost parents at the disaster 5 years ago, taken care of by their ama diving grandmas. And now they both take care of family. Younger brother, grandma. That was a nice thing about island upbringing back in Saipan. We go out on the boat in the morning, spend all afternoon pulling up tuna, if we're going trolling, pulling up grouper or red snapper or triggerfish if we're going bottom fishing. Then we come home, and either mom's grilling up the snapper or triggerfish or grouper that we caught, or she's getting the knife out and making tuna sashimi for all of us. Diving minigame now commence. Follow the instructions, get used to the controls, press dive when you're ready. Okay. Would you look at that? We got diver rank and various stats for diving, swimming, gathering, and searching. I don't know what this button does. It wants me... When it says, get comfortable with the controls, they mean come here first, right? Up, down, left, right. Up selection. Up cursor. Should I use gamepad? Would gamepad be easier? Because I kind of want to use WASD for all my up, down, left, right. Only 2 controls are needed. Move mouse to look around. Left click perform action. Available action will automatically switch between swim, harvest, and return to boat, depending on the situation. See creatures located, marked with that. Locate any potential catches. I see stuff all around me. This sea urchin. We're going to get some uni tonight too. Let's get some clam first. Harvest. Let's get the sea urchin. Oxygen gauge will decrease when diving. Go back to the boat before it runs out. Return the boat to the boat anytime by turning your viewpoint upwards, selecting return to boat. Remaining oxygen will continue to decrease on the way back, so don't wait until it's too late. Okay. Die failed? Terrifying experience at sea. Fail. Well, I guess I gotta pull the old death counter up for this game. I didn't need it so much during Fields of Mystria. There. Our first death. Where's my sea urchin? Oh, there's sea urchin. Oxygen depletes fast when you're going up. And the way that it hung at the top there, I kind of thought it was trying to kill me. So that's a skill to increase. Diving, I can stay underwater for longer. Swimming, can swim faster, return to boat faster. Easier time gathering sea creatures. Detect sea creatures further away. Given that I can't stay underwater for long, I feel like searching isn't too important right now. So, swimming or diving, and I think swimming might be better for right now. Because I do seem to lose some oxygen when I swim and when I make gathering attempts. And if a gathering attempt is 1 click if I'm lucky, 2 click standard, then I'm not gathering as much as I'm swimming all over the place. And especially if I gotta keep spending the oxygen to get back up to the boat. Then speediness first, then overall dive. We're diver rank 2 now. That covers the basics for underwater gathering replay tutorial? Nah. I got it. The biggest catch I can get is abalone. I kinda want to go for one. They'll change places every time I dive, so be careful. Diving controls. Diving tips. When using harvest action, a perfect harvest may occasionally occur, instantly depleting targets' resistant gauge with a single action. The higher the diver rank, the more likely to achieve a perfect harvest. So that sounds better than upgrading gathering then. Earn stars in gathering log. Each catch has individual variations. The lowest and highest amount of points you've achieved for each catch also recorded. Once you've recorded the highest and lowest limits possible, a star mark will be added. Underwater gathering log. Noble scallop. We caught 1 so far. Purple sea urchin. My uni. Prized as a delicacy throughout Japan and in my belly. And the rest we don't know. Amadivers. Sea and woman. Women who free dive for shellfish, seaweed, and other marine products. So it's interesting that the grandmas were amadivers. That seems to fit the feminine role of the job. And now it's the grandsons who are becoming amadivers themselves. They practice free diving to prevent overharvesting and to help protect the marine environment. See, this I like. You know, the joining of the local community that has used the land and sea for generations, and the stewardship of said land and seas. Because, of course, who has the highest interest in maritime protection or wildlife protection but those who depend on them for their livelihood? Though amadivers operate in many regions of Japan, Toba and Shima regions having the highest number of divers. Unique customs, carrying objects with the Seimen and Domen symbols to ward off misfortune. That's in blue. That's gonna get a file later. Within Toba and Shima, rules and practice vary greatly. Wearing white attire over the wetsuit is a common practice only in Shima region. High population of amadivers in Ise Bay. There's none to be found north of Ise City. Difference in seafloor composition between the two areas. Sandy seafloor near Ise allows for net fishing. Rocky seafloor in Toba and Shima made net fishing difficult. Hence, the adoption of free diving as an alternative. Abalone harvested in Kuzuki Town in Toba. Traditionally processed to ceremonial dried goods known as noshiawabi. Presented as an offering at Ise Shrine. Now this could be important for the meta plot. Maybe we are playing as the old princess, Yamato Hime no Mikoto. Princess enshrined in Amaterasu, who enshrined Amaterasu at the Ise Shrine. Searching for a suitable food to offer to the gods. Well, now that explains a lot about which Hungry Hearts Diner game was it. In Hungry Hearts Diner, Was it Hungry Heart's Ramen? Hungry Heart's Restaurant? One of the two recent ones had... I think it was Hungry Heart's Ramen. Since it had the grandma and grandpa back, right? And there was one character who was basically a goddess incognito of a rundown shrine, and one of her favorite foods was abalone. And here I just thought, well, it's a very delicate dish, people love it. I could see that being a highly desired offering for the goddess incognito, but nah. A suitable offering for Amaterasu at Ise Shrine. The princess found them exceptionally delicious. Abalone be the primary offering for the region. Amaterasu was gonna eat a whole lot of sea snail. Amadivers of Toba and Shima have a strong connection to the region's Shinto rituals. Ama, sometimes written with characters meaning sea and man when the diver is male. The game only uses traditional characters of sea and woman when the language is set to Japanese. That's cool. Well, that's gonna be a bust, but... Stream disconnected for a little bit, for like 10 seconds, in the middle of diving. I'm being sabotaged here. This is how delicate the Wi-Fi situation is here. The door downstairs opened and the stream died. Whatever. One more thing. I'm not gonna make it. Not gonna make it. I'm up. I'm up. I'm up. I'm not up. Man. The diving is actually kind of hardcore. You don't get... Basically, once the alarms are going, it's too late. And I tried to pause when the disconnection happened. There's no pausing underwater here, which is really nice. I wonder at what point is it... Am I considered safe? Okay, so it didn't count any of the things I caught during the disconnect when the stream momentarily died. And then look at that. Look at that, it's doing 0 again. Let me try a few things. The stream is gonna be on the not like this face for a bit. What I want to do is, what is it? Remove hardware. Safely remove hardware from my Wi-Fi adapter, unplug it, plug it back in, go out to the hallway, pull out the Wi-Fi extender out of the outlet in the hallway, plug it back in. But if it keeps behaving, then we won't worry about it. But that's a very big if. And very clearly it wants me to go to the question mark, but I'm not going to go to the question mark. I want to keep on diving. Okay, that thing is just... I think at this point we should be safe. Once the oxygen bar goes away. Dive rank 3! I think I'm comfortable swimming for this immediate area, so let's get more dive. Stay underwater for longer, easier time capturing. We'll get more air. What did I get? The turban shell. Sea snail commonly enjoyed as sashimi or roasted whole to the shell. The question mark's all the way out there. Doing pretty good on air now. But let's see, one more. No, that's another turbine shell's gonna kill me. Let's just go up. Yeah, see, each kick that I do when I swim, be it swimming around or going back up to the boat, takes a little bit of oxygen. And between diving and swimming at level 2, I'm doing pretty alright. It probably does want me to grind for a little bit, since the question mark thing is going to be further away. That's going to kill me, that's going to kill me. I'll just go up. Gonna get my level 4 diving anyway. Maybe I'll go ahead and upgrade gathering. Diving, swimming, if I'm gonna be staying in the immediate area, then these two at level 2 are alright. And if there's gonna be more turbine shells, then I want to catch it easier. And at gathering level 2, scallops and sea urchin should, at the very minimum, be one-hit kills now. No, not yet. Then head back. I'm a bit further away, so I don't want to risk it. There wasn't a whole lot of stuff in the immediate area. I might be depleting the immediate area, in fact, and might have to go further out afield. But I also don't know if this is going to be the only time they do the diving minigame, or if it's going to show up again and again throughout the game. See, there's a question mark, but it's all the way out there. I can't get to that. Okay, let's do gathering. I want to chip away at them. But then again, the more diving points you have, the easier a chance you get at getting a perfect catch, which is just an insta-kill. We'll do general damage over the chance of insta. Diving Enthusiast Achievement, reach Diver rank 5. Cool. See their insta-kills. Turbine Shell is only a 2-hit now. Okay, I'm getting too far away. Back to boat. This isn't much of a feast so far. I was promised a feast. More sea urchin. Gotta be greedy. Gotta be greedy. Maybe too greedy. Too greedy. I got air. I got air. Yeah, we're good. We're good. The last time we had sea urchin here, it was huge. I'm talking like this big. Or not even this big, more like that. Baloney! I clicked the boat. Don't you take this from me. Don't you take it from me. 238-point abalone. Okay, now I'll do diving. Now, I think, with this spread of stats, I might feel more comfortable looking outwards. I'm alright, I got air. I got air and I'm a strong swimmer now too. So, I'm not as worried as, say, 10 minutes ago about getting back up in time. Look at that. 12 things caught. Beautiful. 12? No, 9 things. I know numbers. I know numbers. I haven't been underwater so long that the narcosis had set in. Yeah, I think I am depleting the local area. I gotta put more points into search. Either put points into search to try to find things closer to me, or more into dive and swim, because that's not too far away. Only 4 things. Almost to rank 7. Alright, some stuff have spawned closer to me. So it's not... I guess it's either not about depleting stuff around you and having to go further afield, or maybe not entirely about depleting stuff around you. Was gonna risk it, wasn't too far away from the boat. Oh, 9 stuff again. 263 points for trying to get that. Search or dive? Search, dive, swim, gather. If I could stay underwater for longer. I think I'm okay with search, actually. Could detect sea creatures from further away. It won't help me so much with looking for things close around me. We'll do dive. I think maybe I'll try to max out dive first, since we're so close to being able to. I'm not gonna go there yet. Could I get the fish? I'm pretty far away, so I'm gonna go up early. I'm gonna estimate 2, maybe 3 more hauls. If a couple are light before I get my next level up. Since the better diving ability is allowing me to swim further afield, it probably behooves me to put more points into swimming now. so I could use my extra dive time more effectively. And if I have to get back to boat in a rush from further away, then I could more safely swim back. Wow. 10! We get a 1.5 bonus for catching 10 things. I want to get that 1.5 bonus all the time. Oh, they're all over here. They're hiding. They're all hiding behind a rock. Look at all this. This is my buffet. Now it is a feast. I'm getting pretty close to that hole. The question mark is right in that. Do you think that's the... That's gotta be it, man. I didn't see a lot of Punchy's playthrough, so I wasn't spoiled on that, but I'm spoiled from having played the first game. And so I'm expecting some kind of meta twist. And I'm pretty sure then that the tutorial in what appeared to be an undersea tunnel or cave that ends with the camera going down the tunnel or up the tunnel, and then the game begins under the boat, underwater, camera coming up like that, and then we see over the surface on the boat these two friends. My mind's already there. I'm already thinking, what are we really in this type of game? Oh, there's a question mark here too. The question mark could be a sticker! So one question mark is that hole. I now have an incentive for putting points into spotting or whatever. Search, was it? We gotta collect the it could be that that sticker is the one sticker for this chapter. And I'm already covered. I got something interesting. A mockingbird sticker in the Issei Bay. Mockingbird number 12 discovered. I want to go to the updates page. Files. The Mockingbirds. No one knows who the artist is behind these quirky, rough-and-tumble birds or they'll show up next. Being in the right place at the right time in Issei and the surrounding areas, you might just be able to find all 20 of them. Reach 5 and 20 to get fun bonus content at these milestones. Which one did we get? Booby Bravo! Okay, I'm gonna put that in a couple of Discord servers. That's one screenshot for the server that enjoys birds and boobs. And another for MP83 server. I'm sure he'll get a kick out of it. Oh! Ah! Playing TKO without me. TKO 2 it looks like. I left my previous partner for this. Dizzy egg shirt, cute. Oh, the things I'm missing out on. So I'm pretty sure that the stickers are just one per scenario, so I don't have to worry too much about getting even more. I like the diving, but I also want to play the spooky mystery. But look, I'm an islander at heart. Things like this please me. They give me comfort and joy. Maybe I should oh, my hair! Too much comfort and joy. Maybe I should return home, become a policymaker, and do fishing on the weekends. Oh, look at that! 12 fish! Well, fish. 12 haul! 1.5 bonus? Let's go until 10. Until dive rank 10. I'm probably putting myself at a disadvantage by front-ending all of my, my ama diving. Abalone! Oh, are they all out here? I'm pretty far away, though. Yeah, so I gotta get back. Well, that's pretty good! That's pretty damn good. 2 abalone in 1 fishing trip. If I caught one more thing, just one more thing, I would have had the 1.5 times bonus on this 800 point haul. Max level diving. Forget Friday the 13th, forget Spooky Game, it's all about the ama diving now. It's like when I was playing Dredge, and I was having more fun and just being the fishing trawler man than doing the actual, like, cosmic horror spooky fishing, just a regular fishing. And with Dredge, all you gotta do is you just need the, what is it? Lobster! The winch, once you get the winch in Dredge, you can completely skip the story and just play the entire game like it's a fishing game. The entire game is open to you as soon as you get that winch. Swimming. Joy of the dive, reach a high score of 1,000 points, rare delicacy, catch a lobster. But no achievement for diver rank 10. Okay. Now that I got diver rank 10, should I continue with the story? The question mark in the spooky hole is behind me, but there's good catch over this way. We're getting so much abalone this trip. My air's kind of getting... I didn't mean to click the boat. I was just swimming upwards. I was gonna get a couple of more stuff. Well, at least we know where the big haul is now. The big haul is further down the shelf. So story progression is that way, where the question mark is. But the good stuff is down here. Case in point. No, no! I gotta be. I want to swim up, but I don't want to click on return to boat. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Maybe what I'm supposed to do is keep going downwards and only look up when I'm ready to come back up. And if I miss something, then sucks to be it. This is padding for the multiplier. Is there nothing down here? Have I gotten all there is to get? Lobster. Where's return to boat? I was going the wrong way! It's okay. Between swim and maxed out dive, I was disoriented, but we didn't lose a hull. 2,078 points! Okay. Maxed out diving, maxed out swim. I feel okay with gathering level 3. Let's put points to search now. Now that it's easy to get high score of 2,000, local delicacy haul, fish bonanza, high score of 1,500, we're getting so many achievements now. And now that it's easy to go around and get higher level haul, I kind of want to max out all of my score. I want to get more score and max out my fishing stats, my diving stats. Getting pretty far away. There was an abalone right there. But I wasn't gonna risk it. Still got 12 though. That's not enough to level up, but it got me pretty close to the border. Multiplier padding. Sea urchin? If I'm gonna go all this... I'm coming all this way for nothing. I've been spoiled with that abalone and lobster. I got the multiplier, 600 points, at least I got the diver rank up. Look, what's his face best friend guy? Said we're gonna have a feast today. If we're gonna have a feast today, I'm gonna fish up a feast. Foot is caught in something, swim to break free. Oh, there's a lobster ahead of me. That took so much oxygen. I was mashing as much as I could. But at least we did get a lobster. We got a lobster and a whole lot of little stuff, so... At the very least, multiplier should be alright, score should be alright. 11? Oh, so close to dive rank 14. There we go, there's a good one. Some more padding. More abalone. Think I just get some multiplier. No! No! Not now! Not now! I got plenty of air. We're good. We're good. We got up before... You like the Booby Bravo MP83? These games have a plethora of cool birds. Booby Bravo is only the first of 20. Man, I can't believe I got my leg stuck in something right as my oxygen was getting low and I had to come back. Does it have Pellicule from Fushigi no Yume no Alice? You know, I forget. We don't know what birds this game is gonna have. But I did find and collect all 20 from the first game. What I could do is after this dive, I could pull up the first paranormal site and we could see. Oh, we got 2 lobsters and an abalone. I kind of want to just get multiplier and then come back. But that's too little oxygen, let's go. Imagine if I got my leg caught again. One abalone, 2 lobster, 3,000 points. There's only 2 more. Scratch that. There's only 1 more thing to level up and everything's maxed. And we're already 1/3 of the way to the next one. Okay. Let me pull up the first paranormal site real quick, MP. And then we could check out the other birds. Now, why is this changing resolution on me? Your resolution's supposed to be normal, Paranormal Site 1. Alright, first paranormal site. Let me quickly come into here. So we could see the other birds. I completely forgot about the whole CRT sort of, what is it, distortion on the edges? Files, where's my, was it Culture Society? Juvenile delinquencies. Gameplay guide. The Mockingbirds. Alright, we got all the Mockingbirds, all 20 in the first game. The Head Hencho, the Beakaboo, Pompadour Penguin, Fairfeather, the Ostracizer, Illegal Legal, the Haiku, the Sparring Sparrow Bros, the Know-It Owl, Cacophony, Crane Stem, the Royal Kingpin Gwyn. There's a Pelicanot. So there's a Pelican MP. It's not a Pelicool, but there is a Pelicanot. It's got a leather jacket, a pompadour, and it's smoking a fish like a cigarette. Okay, where's today's paranormal site? Because we've only got one more thing to max out. Searching to level 5. Almost an hour and a half of game, and I've been spending it all diving. Triple the abalone. It seems like the things I want are usually on the rocks, and the floor is more for the lower value stuff. .5 bonus, and there it is. That's it. Everything maxed out. Master Diver achievement reached Diver rank 17. Cool, so you can't see the achievements pop up in the corner. Alright, I guess that's it. Stop diving. Let's look at the gathering log. We got the Noble Scallop, the Purple Sea Urchin, the Turban Shell. We saw those already. Abalone, a rare sea snail known both as a delicacy and for the extreme difficulty involved in harvesting it. I knew the first half, not the second. Long history being presented to Issei Shred as an offering. So, we have the star for the scallop and the sea urchin. We don't have a star for the turban shell, abalone, or lobster. One of Issei's signature products. This lobster is well known both as a luxury and a symbol of good fortune. It's especially prized for its rich, tender meat. Although harvestable in-game, the fishing season for Issei lobsters only begins in October. We're playing some bad boys illegally poaching lobster out of season. But we've caught 100 scallops in the past hour, 50 sea urchin, 40 turban shell, 16 abalone, and only 5 lobster. Fishing and Gaming Authority. The Pelicanot isn't as cool as Pelicool MP? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. The attempt was made. It's a very cool pelican. It might not be the Pelicool, but really, who else can match the Pelicool? You simply can't. Leave it at that for today. Good work, Yuza. Yeah, good work. You basically stripped the Issei Bay bare. Yeah. How did he improve so much in a short time? He was what? A rank 1 diver an hour ago. And now he's rank 17 with excellent breathing control. Able to very easily pull abalone off the rocks. He's almost got a sixth sense for where the various seafood are hiding. Basically pro level now. Do you think he only really says that if you max out your skills or get really high up? I didn't go get the question mark thing, but maybe this is okay. Maybe this gets us a different ending if we don't see the question mark. Also the turtle, is that their mascot? Look at that. There's an option that's blacked out. I think it's because I didn't go to the question mark. So I can only go back immediately. I think we've probably got a premature end by not going to the question mark then. That's cool. We got another map. Kamishima Port. Look, I was so excited with the diving minigame and catching all the sea snails and the sea urchin and the lobsters that I completely forgot that there was a spooky hole. To mark it, I thought that was mine. Do you think that's more than a nickname? Why would he be the patron saint of diving? If my parents died in the maritime accident 5 years ago, and I was scared to go into the sea until today. Chie? Is that Grandma? No, Grandma was Suya. Suyu? Profiles, not files. Yeah, Grandma Suyu. We don't see a name on his grandma, so maybe it's his. Veteran Ama diver Chie Toyama. Toyama was one of my favorites in Extra Power Attack of Dark Force. I want to see more Toyama if they ever make more Extra Power games. 59 years old, female veteran Ama diver, de facto leader of the Ama divers on Kamishima, highly influential. Married into a family in Kamishima shortly after the end of the Second World War at the age of 20, working as an Ama diver for close to 40 years. Rarely missing opening day for each dive season. A natural talent for diving ever since her days as apprentice. Chie the mermaid, for the deft ease of which she moves through the water. Earned more money than her husband in her heyday to send all 3 of her sons to university. An achievement she takes great pride in, and also earned her considerable authority in her household. Grandma to 7, a back injury has led her to being less active than she used to be, but still considered one of the most experienced divers on the island. Graceful swimming shows no sign of decline, inspires others even now. Estimated diver rank of 67. Even though we maxed out these skills, we gotta get at least 68 diver rank. We gotta out diver Chie. I did. Straightforward, honest answer. Follow Grant's footsteps, become an Amadiver. Oh, I love the faces in these games. June, the younger cop, when I opened up the first game, makes an excellent duck face constantly. He's a living embodiment of 030. Follows the rules of the association. We're not gonna say anything about catching lobster out of season. Shouldn't be allowed at sea, it's obscene. Okay. Agreed to put up with him being on the island for Suyu's sake. What's wrong with me? I should say not what's wrong with me, what's wrong with Yuza? What's wrong with Yuza that she doesn't want him diving and my presence is one that's put up with? After what his mother did. Did my mom cause a disaster? Is that it? Is Yuza a pariah? I mean, we know that his mom died in the disaster. His parents did. Both, I'm pretty sure. Strange rumbling from the sea. Same rumbling as 5 years ago. By avoiding the hole in the bottom of the sea, did we avoid awakening the disaster? Getting to the bottom of things, is that the hint for a thing that I missed? Files updated. Southern Sea Disaster. A localized storm that broke out in the sea to the south of Kamishima around 5 years ago, resulting in a maritime accident in which a total of 10 people went missing. 3 fishing vessels set out to sea from Kamishima suddenly caught in an unanticipated storm and floundered, leaving all but one of the 11 fishermen and Amadivers on board missing. When the ships were later dredged up and searched, not a single body was discovered. Sole survivor was Yuza Minakuchi, who was a middle school student at the time. His parents, Tosuke Minakuchi and Maru Minakuchi, as well as Azumi Kumoe's father, Kyokichi Kumoe, were among the victims. Locals in the air reportedly heard an eerie rumbling from the sea on the morning of the incident. Well, that can't possibly be Mom's fault. Madare had nothing to do with that. List of casualties: a medium-sized fishing vessel, Daiichi Kiyosui Maru, floundered. Captain Kyokichi Kumoe and all 5 crew members reported missing. Small-sized fishing vessel, Ome Maru, floundered. Captain Yukiji Nishikawa and 1 passenger. Identity unknown reported missing. Maybe it's the identity unknown. Maybe that was a mermaid returning to its own family. Maybe Yuza is a mermaid himself. Small-sized fishing vessel, Minakuchi Maru, floundered. Captain Tosuke Minakuchi and one of the crew member reported missing. One passenger recovered with slight injuries, dissociative amnesia due to psychological trauma. Dissociative amnesia. When the boat the Minakuchi family was on was about to sink, Maruei and Tosuke Minakuchi put a life buoy on their son, Yuza, and helped him escape the boat before the waves engulfed it. Despite the slim chance of survival in such a dire situation, Yuza was miraculously found drifting in the sea the next day, wearing the life buoy. So basically, like the end of Iron Lung. Though he had no external injuries, the shock of the accident left him in a state of confusion, has little memory of what happened at the time. Accident plunged Kamishima to a state of deep sorrow. Fishermen and divers temporarily stopped fishing to mourn. Memorial erected to honor the loss. And from all this, Yuza is considered something of an unlucky pariah, I guess. He's put up with on the island. Nobody wants him diving. For whatever reason, he's called the patron saint of diving, despite 3 boats and 10 lives lost. Perhaps due to his memory loss as sole survivor, Yuza appeared relatively composed in contrast to the grief of those around him. Maybe he's a changeling. Maybe he was replaced with a mermaid that's now land-dwelling, and that's why. And that's why he's so good at swimming. Many found this unnerving. Yuza became increasingly isolated from the rest of the community. Azumi Kumoe, himself having lost his father in the accident, tried to support him wherever he could, reasoning that he was still better off than Yuza, who lost both his parents before his very eyes. As investigations continued, questions arose about what the Minakuchi family had been doing in the vicinity of the disaster despite not having gone out to fish. Yuza only remembered his parents telling him to come with them, and the purpose of their excursion remains unclear to this day. It was not long before speculation began that Maruei Minakuchi had done something to incur the wrath of the god of the sea, and the islanders, already suspicious of her due to her mysterious background, mermaid. Mare is Greek for sea, right? And it specifically mentioned early in the tutorial how mermaids in the West are popularly portrayed based off the Greek siren. Yeah? Yeah? Or was it Latin? Was Mare Latin? Either way. Were quick to condemn her, citing the sudden, localized nature of the storm. In contrast, only words of sympathy were spoken of for her husband Tosuke. Typical. As rumors that Mare had brought disaster to Kamishima continued to spread, Yuza's grandmother, Suyo Minakuchi, sent him away from the island to board at a high school on the mainland. Had sensed the islanders' resentment begin to turn towards Yuza and hoped to shield him from becoming an even greater target for their ire. The ire of Issei. Even now, 5 years later, feelings of animosity towards Maruei Minakuchi remain deeply ingrained in the people of Kamishima. With the truth of the accident still shrouded mystery, deep scars, suspicions can linger in the hearts of many of the islanders. Profile updated. Oh, mom was pretty. Female. Occupation, Yuza's mother. Age unknown. Gone missing in the Kamishima southern disaster 5 years ago, declared dead as a year later. Search parties found no sign. She returned to the Undersea Kingdom. More than 20 years ago, Mare Somakawa arrived on Kamishima with no possessions to her name, expressing she had taken a liking to the local environment, wanted to move there, remained tight-lipped about her background, only revealing that she was from a small town out of the mountains, had to leave her home for undisclosed reasons. Her request to move to Kamishima was accepted. Many islanders remain suspicious. Apparently, it's not uncommon to simply disappear in Japan in the sense that if things get rough, there's resources out there for leaving in the middle of the night, having your name changed, getting set up with a new life. It sounds pretty liberating, to be honest. If you get in money trouble, legal trouble, trouble with the wrong people, You pay some guys for help, and you get set up with a new identity, everything all perfectly legal. The person who you were vanishes, disappears, and you get a new life to start over. It could be a situation like that. After settling, showed interest in the Ama lifestyle, took it up after displaying a talent for free diving. Nope, never mind, mermaid. With Suya Minakuchi acting as her instructor. Grew close to Tosuke Minakuchi, Suyu's only son, married him a few years later, had a son of their own named Yuza. But Madare was unable to fully shake the air of mystery that surrounded her. Many islanders continued to question whether her presence on the island might cause trouble down the line. Free spirit, nonconformist, naive personality, often absent for local activities, further criticism from a portion of the population. Some also reported frequently spotting her wandering the island after she first moved there, seemingly looking for something or catching sight of her doing something on the shore in the middle of the night. Mermaid. Fortunately, mother-in-law Suyu was a person of no small influence. No one dared to openly persecute Madare. Under Suyu's watchful eyes, 3 generations lived peacefully under the same roof for more than 10 years. Until the disaster. Since her disappearance, a growing number of people accused her of somehow being responsible, citing her various instances of suspicious behavior. Kikuko, another new person. Oh, there's another cutie. Local Ama diver, Kikuko Tsutsui. "28-year-old Ama diver, born and raised Kamishima. Unmarried, fellas. Friendly, sociable nature, almost sisterly tendency to look after others. Familiar face to many on the island. Ever since school days, harbored strong desire to leave Kamishima, and yet she's still here. Most of her classmates worked as Ama divers following graduation from middle school. She enrolled in a boarding school as a first step towards fulfilling this goal. Graduated from junior college, Aichi Prefecture, and a job in general administration at a company in Ise City. But her assigned work was unfulfilling menial tasks, pouring tea, answering calls. The female experience in the 80s in Japan, though I'm sure it's no better in the 80s in America either. Left after only a year, changed jobs repeatedly, no further luck in subsequent workplaces. Recognized that Ama diver success is determined solely by the extent of one's physical prowess and ingenuity. Came to find the work appealing, came back to Kamishima 4 years ago. More respect and fulfillment as an Ama diver than as a glorified office secretarial. Late start as an Ama diver compared to peers, leverage her high athletic ability, talent that even saw her star in the national athletic meet during her school days, an innate knack for analytical thinking and research to consistently turn out good results. All of her jobs wasted her potential because of the circumstances of her birth. Earned the respect of even the veteran Ama divers on the island. Estimated diver rank 41. We got rivals! Kikuko is 41, we could beat that pretty easily. Chie is 6'7". That'll take a bit of a grind to beat. Kikuko has scant luck with men. Really? Introduces several potential partners, turned down by all of them. Really? But she's a beauty. She's a beauty and apparently a really good Ama diver. Her parents, anxious for her future, worry that the large birthmark on her face is to blame? Nah. Kikuko herself remains unfazed, citing lack of interest in marriage as a primary cause. Cause of no one a concern. She's endeavored to hide her birthmark with makeup while at school. During her time as an office worker, She's since embraced it, proudly proclaiming it to be her symbol. What really dooms her chance of marriage, apart from being fictional, is that at 28 years old in 1980X, depending on what 1980X is, I am either a newborn or in diapers, and so there's no chance. Youngins, you're only 28, Kikuko. 28 is nothing, that's still baby. Yeah, you tell her, Azumi. As she's seen our haul, we pulled up an entire season's worth of shellfish. Well, should we tell him who caught all that abalone, all those scallops, all the sea urchin, all the lobster? Or keep it a secret? And make everyone think that Azumi caught it all? Well, there you go. We pair Yuza and Azumi. And then we got Grandma's protection and Azumi's protection. Different kind of storm. Yeah. Blame our mom, who was also apparently, or Yuza's mom I should say, because there is, I'm pretty sure, a difference between me, the entity I'm playing, and Yuza. And the tutorial did say, you'll be experiencing the events through the eyes of a young local boy named Yuza. If nothing else, remember this. We're experiencing it through his eyes, but we're not him. Yeah, but anyway, blame his mom, and not blame the community that wants to shun him and ostracize him, and treat him as a bad luck charm. Mr. Wakamura knows more than lets on. I'd expect Kikuko would know nothing. This feels like a thing that's being instigated by the olds of the island. See what old man Wakamura and Suyu have to say. I'm sure Graham would agree to open up about it, if it's causing trouble now. However, this is because we didn't take the right option. That night would see unprecedented calamity descend upon Kamishima. Is this preview where it's hidden? Preview to the stuff we might have seen. If only we went down the hole. Credits! We've already got credits slashed away. No! Grand slashed away? And Azami's grand slashed away too, and Chie slashed away? Do we have a regular Hiramazawa syndrome on our hands here? We gotta go down the hole. Kikuko! No! And somebody else I haven't seen, she's also looking cute. Yuza, in my head, it's Mermaid Man. Mermaid Man! His head's turning into a fish. If we actually played the game correctly. That's pretty cool, showing us preview of what's gonna happen later in the game. See, this has gotta be the hole. That's gotta be the hole I forgot to look at. Even if I continue down this path, I'll be helpless to prevent the mysterious attack that befell Kamishima. And Yuza Minakushi's bleak fate will likewise remain unchanged. Ignore this route. For now, and turn my attention elsewhere. In the first game, you're basically forced to play completely normal. In What's-His-Tits' discovery of the curses and the dour game he finds himself in. And then he dies, and then credits, and then you get to play the game with changes to the story, depending on the choices you make. I could have looked at the hole. So, is that to say then, that once we figure out more the meta mystery, and we gotta finish the game, we go back to don't look down the hole? So maybe don't look down the hole is the correct thing to do. But it's only the correct thing to do if the entity we play as, maybe we're Mare, maybe we're playing as the mom. So maybe this is only the correct thing to... Or maybe we're the original Yuza. If this is a changeling situation... I'm just trying to think, right? Like, what kind of supernatural things might be making this the correct choice, but only after the entity that we're playing as learns more about the events in town? And the history and mystery of 5 years ago? Once I have found a way to proceed, I may return here to confirm the results for myself. Never change, Paranormal Sight, never change. From here I'll return to my first diving experience, from which I may seek another way forward. Overlooking something important in those sunken depths. Yeah, we gotta get dive rank 68 and beat Chie. Take a closer look behind you. But all the good fish are ahead of me. Now, here's the big question. He's setting me back to the dive moment. But Do I keep my rank? I get to keep my diver rank! But for now, though, it has been 2 hours. And so I should take a BRB. I'm kinda starting to bounce in my seat here. So. There's some sound effects. It won't be completely silent if I take a BRB. But let me take a little BRB here. And, I'll make myself some more tea. We've already dived to diver rank 17. So, when I get back, we can just go straight to seeing the other side of the story, unless I want to do some more diving. Do some more diving, maybe get dive rank 20? And then we'll proceed with real story? Let me find some music. It's pretty light in here. How about a little Dragon Roost Island? I don't want a 12-hour video. That might actually kill the stream. Here, half an hour. Alright. Back with a fresh load of tea. So, before we resume, though, we kept our diver rank. We have the opportunity to dive some more, and we do have to dive some more in order to make progress, because the thing we want is behind us. But I want to get a couple of dives in just for the fun of it. I don't want to forget how the mechanic works after all. In case we need, in case we have to do more diving later, that's totally it. We're pretty close to the boat, so... let's ensure that I have a little bit of a multiplier bonus. $15 gathered? I kinda wanna see 20. If that's even possible. Diver rank 18. Let's at least go to 20. That's it. I go all the way down here, and it's just more turbine shell. There's a lot of area out there I haven't gone to. We're still very close. We're gonna get there in time. Kind of floundered getting that one. $13. So maybe what I'll do, we'll get to 20, and then we'll do one dive. That's just trying to get to 20. We'll get to diver rank 20, then another dive to collect 20 things. Is what I mean. Ooh! Abalone this close to the boat. A lot of abalone this time. A lot of abalone this time. Let's just try for multiplier now. Gotta get really close! Putting a lot of faith in my dive ability in swimming. 15? But 5 oh. We're so close to 21. I want to just keep on diving forever. It's not even an especially deep diving game. But it's just fun. It pleases me. Man, I thought these things were rare, they said. No, no. I keep getting my foot caught here, especially. We'll just head back. Don't you dare die. Don't you die on me! That was right on the limit. Okay, that's the last one. We'll get to diver rank 21. And then actually finish this. Look at how close we are to dive rank 22. These catches aren't even major contributors. They're basically padding for multiplier, and that's it. Just to ensure I get at least 10. Tea's still so hot. Hey, Chillin' Chum, how's it going? Dive rank 23. The very, very beginning of 23. I guess I'm satisfied. I've got no more skills to max out. I'm pretty much just diving for the fun of it and to get the diver rank up. What if... Could I fit both things in the day? Could I get some abalone and then go to the hole behind us? Some uni. There's 2 question marks. Is there another sticker? Oh, it's an anchor. Not an anchor. A symbol. I thought it was just the hole I had to worry about, but there's something else there too. Oh, there's abalone out this. There's a whole lot more here. I thought that it was story behind us and good catch ahead of us. Well, there's a whole lot... Wait a minute. I just clicked the thing to click the thing. But maybe breaking the ceiling X underwater is actually a bad thing. You've beaten half of your games in the Megapelago. Well done. And approved for disability. Doubly well done, Chillin' Chum. And paid you back pay for months. Very excellent. I have to wonder now if this is a triple split. We got that over there, but what else is down here? Is there anything else? There's lobster. Even though it's out of season. I'm not seeing any more question marks. So I'm gonna assume this is it. You see that? That looks like a phantom hymn. And this is in an underwater tunnel. I think that this is us from the tutorial going through the storyteller's stuff, and then after the tutorial where the camera goes through the hole, right, And then the game begins, and it starts off with the camera underwater and the boat up here, going up like that before it introduces us to Yuza and what's his face. I think that's the point of view. Square Enix presents. 2 hours and 20 minutes in, we see the opening credits. We saw the ending credits before the opening credits. Dive failed. Wait, what? That counts as a failure, so that's not even opening. Okay. Okay. So I don't want to get caught by the other user. I don't see a question mark here. And then we get pulled in. I failed again. Okay. So... Huh. Did it already credit having seen the Spectre? And this is... getting away from it afterwards then if we game over? Very bizarre. But I'm not seeing any other question marks, so... as far as a rope will reach. Is it going to acknowledge that he saw something weird underwater? See, now I don't know. Bubbles are still there. If I go over there at all, I get sucked in, and I can't do anything else. And so that's just death now. Maybe that's it. Maybe now that I've broken the chains and saw the thing, I could proceed from here perhaps? Wait, there was a second bird! And there's a question mark over there too. So it wasn't only the one bird. Unless this is a different route, giving us a different bird. Mockingbird number 19. Who have we got now this time? We had Booby Bravo. And now we found On the Seabed is another one. Fast Lane Frigate. Aboard the Sayun Maru on the seabed. So, I guess in orange must be ones of this chapter, maybe, or in this sequence. We got 2 more on the seabed, and 1 on the boat. Well, now that's more reason to dive. And I know I saw a question mark somewhere around here. No? There. There's gotta be more. We got the skill that lets us see things from very far away. So, there should be at least 1 more question mark around here. I like how they didn't put any... Didn't put any environment beyond where the rope could reach. Mockingbird number 6. The Gull Father. So, who now? Number 18 on the seabed. Number 18. There's still 1 more to go here. How about out this way? I haven't done too much out in this direction. As far as it'll reach. Early lobster. If I don't find it, we'll at least get clams. Or snails, I guess. Now this is bizarre because I'm not seeing question marks around. I don't think it's a 1 per route situation because we found 2 since the last death. Though technically this is only bonus stuff. I don't need to find the bonus stuff too heavily. Just going through the story. Question mark. And there it is, last one. We're hunting so many lobster out of season. By the time October rolls around, the breeding population will be so low that the catch is going to be bad for everybody else. So I think it's safe to say we found everything there is to find. We solved the other self. We broke the chain. Trying to find the other self again only leads to us getting insta-game overed. Gullfather. Gull and Roses. I want to say one more dive to get to 26, but no, stop diving. We gotta play the game! So there's a turtle mascot. And this is basically the same stuff as before. Nothing's changed. Bit off the mark. Talk about the hole. We could talk about the hole, since we did see the hole. Even though it killed us, and so in this life, in this reality, we haven't seen the thing. Whoops, I clicked out of the game. And there we go. Final one for this chapter. Is that... I was gonna say that's one of those snow tits or whatever from Hokkaido. But... is this a song for the birds? I love it! Mockingbird number 8, Tit for Tat. A long-tailed tit. Mockingbird Beach achievement, collect 5 Mockingbird stickers. We got 5. At 5 and 20, you get bonus content. Tit for Tat. The tit had a very fun chapter in Golden Kamuy. Very adorable. You found 5 Mockingbirds. You can now access the Mockingbird relationship chart from the story chart screen. We haven't gotten to the story chart screen yet. And it is specific to the bird. The music, I mean. Okay. Excellent news. I looked up Mockingbird song Paranormacite on YouTube, and I do see track 25, Mockingbird Rock from Paranormacite The Mermaid's Curse original soundtrack, 2 weeks ago. As well as all Mockingbird locations. Get that out of here. We don't need that. The Sayun Maru. The ocean. Azumi or talk to Azumi? Let's look at Azumi first. I like his shirt. Okay, let's talk about the hole. That could have been the rumbling releasing something. Yeah, got a closer look like 3 times. A ghost or something just like me. I think that's us. Like us. Not use the character on the boat right now. But us who was talking to the storyteller in the tutorial. And then after the tutorial went through the tunnel. And then camera went up like this from the bottom of the ocean. Did you take its hand? I did. I couldn't resist. And then we saw the end credits. A Tomo Kazuki. There's a think option. Why would a Tomo Kazuki be here? Tomo Kazuki? Sometimes when diving, an AMA diver come across another version of themselves, an exact copy. The other version holding out something they want, like an abalone. The diver reaches for it. The Tomokazuki grabs him and drags him to the bottom of the sea. What if that actually happened? Because I don't think I could have gotten away. So the way this played is I look at the hole. I see this guy reaching out to me, looks just like me. I can't look away, I can't get away. Then credits, then start again. So, maybe from this point on, he really did get replaced. I forgot it at home. He does have this traumatic amnesia, so maybe he's forgotten things from before then. He was back outside the hole because he was already replaced. Seiman and Doman. Now I know that's a common pattern. The star? News to me. Specifically as protection for the Tomokazuki. Well, fat lot of luck that did. Tomokazuki, a long time ago in a small village on one of the islands of the Issei Sea, lived a young ama diver known for exceptional swimming skills. One day, the wind was strong, the waves were higher than usual. Undeterred by the turbulent weather, the young diver dove into the sea, but couldn't find even the smallest shell to bring back, let alone any abalone. Determined to find something, she dove even deeper into the ocean until she paused, sensing a presence behind her. Turning, she felt an undeniable sense that someone was watching her from a shadowy crevice in the rock. Finding this strange, she ventured closer, only to come face to face with a diver who looked exactly like her. As she floated there, stunned, the other diver extended her hand. In it was an abalone, larger than she had ever seen. The young diver was mesmerized. She had to have that abalone no matter what. She reached out her hand to take it. Suddenly, when her fingers were mere inches away from the abalone, the other diver's hand shot out and grasped her arm. Shocked, the young diver frantically struggled to pull away, but it was too late. Slowly, inevitably, she was dragged down to the depths of the ocean. Over time, this being came to be known as Tomokazuki, Together Diver, due to it taking on an identical appearance to its victim. Divers are warned never to accept Tomokazuki's offerings of the depths, lest they suffer the same fate. Still greatly feared by ama divers in modern times, same and endowment symbols inscribed on the items they take with them when diving are charms to protect from them. This and that. Star-shaped symbol known as seaman, lattice-like symbol is dolmen. Purple dye made from shells. Nothing new in Think. We can't look at the mascot. Can we look at... Yeah, we can look at Kamishima. Where he spent all his yesterdays. The sun. Can look at the sun. Alright. What we're looking into, recollection? About the disaster of 5 years ago? Unlocked past recollection chapter of Yuza Minakuchi, something I want to do. Hey storyteller, what you doing up on the surface? A unique ability of yours. Notice we pulled away from Yuza and his friend, and he's addressing some other entity who is separate from these two. If the icon is not dim, it has not been fully completed. That was a little mechanical something that I missed when I played Paranormal Sight, and so I struggled with one which should have been an easy thing, because I couldn't find what I was looking for when the real clue was how lit up the chapter was or not. Everything else was, but I guess because I was on such good pace and on a pretty good roll discovering things, I hadn't noticed that things with things left to discover were lit differently. Momentary bitrate drop, but it should all be alright. Let me just toss a refresh on that, a refresh on that. One of these days I'll be back in the apartment with internet that works good for me. Okay. And that those are back. Completing a chapter, unlock the chapter immediately after. Generally. Pressing the button would allow me, not Yuza, to dive into a memory evoked by certain words in the text. Unlocks a new chapter, a past recollection chapter to experience. Key to unraveling the tale before me. Be sure to press a recollection button when I see it come up. Then he bows, we pop back in. We did press a recollection, so we can't go to the story chart until the break in the story, but now we have the option to. Mom become an Ama diver to find the Tomokazu key. One of these days I'm gonna turn around, and there'll be something poking its head out at me. There's more. The chain. Though technically we saw the chain before what's potentially the Tomokazu key. Underwater gathering. Tomokazu key. Memories of the last summer. There's two new people there. Oh, and that's a relationship chart. The Mockingbird relationship chart. So... oh, there's a legend down there. I was figuring it out on my own. Pink being loved. Red being angry. Orange being friendly. Somebody is friendly with somebody who hates him. At an unknown relationship here. Somebody loves the tits. And this guy is pretty central to a bunch of people that the tit has mutual animosity with. I love how they fleshed out the Mockingbird's idea. Instead of just collecting the stickers, and that's basically it, it's a fun little hunt for bonus stuff. They got this extra stuff over here. A chart for the relationship with the birds. And, some rockin' music to go with it, with kazoos. You gotta love some good kazoo music. And we gotta do the recollection, something he wants to do. A day before he sets off for the sea as an Ama diver, Yuza Minakuchi Azami Kumoi to meet him at the Kantakisha ruins. Azami is supportive of his friend. He's young. He's not some old retired or near retired diver. Now, if we go to Files, and we go to Gameplay Guide, if something's in orange, then it's bound to be found here. But he probably won't find it in the past, because his first instance of finding a sticker is on the boat, yeah. None over here, there's nothing to worry about with finding birds. Also very nostalgic for me. Growing up in Saipan, there were plenty of World War II ruins from the Japanese occupation. some landmarks where they have things prettied up, the howitzers, the tanks. But sometimes you find stuff just in the jungle. We go to the beach, and the old concrete pillboxes were basically just a hangout spot. Kantakisho Ruins, remains of this wartime structure located atop a hill in eastern Kamishima, to observe the impact points of shells fired from a test firing range, operated by the former Army Ministry at Cape Irago on the opposite shore. Similar observation facilities built on Sugashima Island and in Ijika on Shima Peninsula. Abandoned since after the Second World War. Observation post has since fallen to disrepair. Entry is prohibited to the general public unless we sneak in. Nobody cares too much about here. I want to go home now. All the old places I'll explore when I get back home. Looking for a mermaid? I need to find it by tomorrow. He's got a deadline. Does he suspect that his mom's a mermaid? Because, I was kind of throwing all sorts of suspicions earlier. Mom's a mermaid, Yuza's a mermaid. Is he worried about his grandma? Does he want Suya to have a mermaid to dine on for her own health? The mermaid search reason. Was he saved by a mermaid? And if he knows that disaster's gonna come up again soon because the oceans are rumbling again, maybe he suspects that if he finds a mermaid, he could put a stop to the disaster? Like in Abra Dinn? He started to remember. Give us the deets, boy. What was so strange? I've told this story before on stream, but there was one time when we went night fishing on a family friend's chartered boat. So it was us, the family friend who owned the boat and the company, and a few other people who were also enjoying the chartered fishing boat experience. And being out at night, on a calm night, ocean fishing at night, was extremely scary, man. Big respect to all the Micronesian navigators and wayfinders who spread us all over the Pacific. That takes balls. Even if our navigators of old were so good that they could have reliable routes between this island, that island, way over the horizon across countless, landless miles of ocean. Just being on those giant waves in the dark once for a few hours is enough for me. He was on the buoy, so even if it was pulled down, the buoyancy could have popped him right back up. The mermaid or the Tomokazuki? If that's the case, that'd be embarrassing. And yet, he's given himself a by tomorrow deadline. Where the disaster happened, I was wondering if that hole in the ocean floor was part of the whirlpool. Is there more to tell, or is that just the text for thinking at this location? Mermaid search leads. Because crazier than what he already did. Is he gonna say, well, I think Mom was a mermaid? Is there a button to hide text like there are in some VNs? Hide the UI, just show you the stuff behind? Because that's a pretty neat pose he's putting. Nah, nothing. Sorry, Yuza, but you are half mermaid. Never ate any seafood. Now that is weird. Because seafood is so good. Makes Lent easier than it's supposed to be, but then again, the modern rules for Lent were already basically nothing. a big giant Mardi Gras festivity before the month of fast. And the month of fast is just no meat on Fridays. A fish scale. Or a giant fingernail. Giant rainbow fingernail. That is pretty big. The mermaid who rescued me back then. Was myself. Awaken his hidden potential. His legs became fins, he could breathe underwater. Do you think maybe that's foreshadowing? You were a mermaid all along. That went in a different direction than I expected. But if he's suspecting that his mom was a mermaid, then that would make him partially mermaid too. What I really meant... No, let me get the screenshot. Same option. There. Now pick another joke option. You, Azami, you rescued me. No way. How do we figure out the endgame surprise? What if it really is? What if they hid the endgame twist in a joke option like this? Well, clearly what I meant to say was it was Chie. Dive rank 67 Chie. Yeah, that's Chie. A strange, invisible force urging me to say things. The poor guy just wants to open up, but he's being forced to repeat joke options. What we really meant to say is mom's a mermaid. She was never found after all. The bizarre outsider. But fish eat seafood. Fish eat seafood all the time. Sea mammals eat seafood. Is that why he wants to find a mermaid by tomorrow? Because of the 5-year anniversary? I hear my name, give me a second. Okay, where were we? Treated as missing instead of dead, hasn't sunk in that they're gone. Adjust my seat real quick. Given how this community is treating what would, in mundane circumstances, be another victim of disaster at sea, I'm not sure if the mom being revealed to be a mermaid would actually help him out in this situation. Maybe he is turning into a mermaid. Maybe if we beat Tokiko's ranking and Chie's ranking. Bitrate being wobbly real quick. And then maybe we might actually turn into one, because we started off as a level 1 diver with the skills to start, and then became pro very, very fast. He's not wrong. So far he has had a diving awakening. Tell them everything. Nothing spooky's popped up behind us. What to do next? And we didn't find one either, unless we count the Tomokazuki. Talk to Tsukasa and Sato. And speak of the devil. Speak of the devil, stealing the words right out of my mouth. Word thieves. The way she's got her mouth down like that gives me the impression that she's a turtle. So maybe everyone is some manner of yokai or ayakashi? And maybe she's actually a kappa? She's got the water dish under her bangs. Tsukasa Awao, 17-year-old high school student apprentice sama diver. Born and raised Kamishima, bright, friendly nature, inquisitive personality. Currently second year of high school, boasts excellent grades and a sharp intuition. Staying with relatives in Issei City since last year to attend an all-girls high school on the mainland. Currently back on Kamishima for the summer. Frequently makes trips back to the island on weekends. Been trying her hand at underwater gathering since the current diving season began. Long been interested in the Emma lifestyle. Estimated diver rank 6. We've already kicked her ass. Her teachers have been strongly encouraging her to aim for a national university. Friends with Azumi Kumoi, Yuza Minakuchi since childhood. Close rapport, making up for the differences in academic years. More common to find her playing with the two boys or with girls her own age up until middle school. Since leaving to attend high school, grown more conscious of their age difference and put some distance between herself and them. Immediately hit it off with Sato Shiranami, girl who came to Kamishima to lodge with the Wakamuras a few months ago. Was looking forward to showing her around the island, helping her to adapt to life there whenever she returns home. 18 years ago, her still pregnant mother, Nagisa Awao, moved to Kamishima alone before giving birth to Tsukasa shortly afterwards. Mysterious. Maybe Tsukasa is a kappa. Tsukasa subsequently grew up in a single-mother household. Though she used to occasionally ask her mother about her father, her questions are always evaded. She has since stopped inquiring. The fact that her mother never seemed to have any financial difficulty despite not working has led her to quickly suspect he might still be involved in some way. Turns out, all this time, her dad is gym leader Giovanni. Powerless to resist. Refused, but Azumi insisted. Tell me more. She's a Fujoshi. Enigmatic girl, Sato Shiranami. Occupation house guest. A mysterious girl currently lodging with Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Roughly 3 months ago, Sato suddenly arrived on Kamishima claiming that she was a child of a relative of the Wakamuras. Showed no sign of attending school or doing any sort of work, instead spending her days holed up in the Wakamura household, leading many islanders to wonder just who she is and what she is doing there. Those who know about Wakamura's high-interest money lending behind the scenes speculate that she might be the daughter of one of his borrowers, sent to work as a domestic servant to pay off a debt, but Sato herself is extremely easygoing and doesn't seem bothered by the endless rumors. Huge TV fan, spend much of her spare time glued to the set in Wakamura's household, her most recent obsession being soap operas and 2-hour thrillers. But she isn't all that fond of period dramas. Good friends with Tsukasa Awao, who is close to her in age, and the two are often seen enjoying themselves wandering the island together. Also a mermaid. Everybody's a mermaid. This is a whole island of mermaids. Recollection! Important business of our own to handle. Past recollection chapter for Sato Shiranami. Advice. Won't help you out whatever you're up to. Raja. Oh, she's got the snaggletooth thing going on. A sign of youthfulness. That could have been me. Around my own adolescent, my adult teeth were coming in, but they were coming in as fangs because of some, like, you know, childhood mouth crowding. That's not too uncommon in some parts of the world. And what do? But they pull out pre-existing adult teeth, and not the baby teeth that were still there, to squeeze in the newly coming in ones. Never gonna get over being robbed of my teeth by the Seventh-day Adventist dentist in Saipan. A bloop. So, returning to the story chart is a bloop thing. I think we are playing some manner of fish. We could look more through Yuza's eyes, or we could see what was going on with Sato. I'm going to assume, yeah, this should be roughly around the same time on the y-axis. Gathering, and then the Tomakazuki discussion. These two things would be about the same time. That's a bunch of pictures on the map for locations to go to. Memories of last summer, discussion with the girls. Having grown close to each other, Tsukasa Awao tells Sato Shiranami that she has something important to discuss, huh? The mouth shape she makes continue to remind me of a turtle. Kamashima's living, walking, talking encyclopedia. Is she calling herself that because she watches TV all day? Kids. These inexplicable Gen X memes. August 6th, so it is yesterday, so it is the same time as the recollection we just saw. Totally not psychics are gonna be imported later. The one in the back kinda gives me the impression I get from both of these is psychic medium in front and spirit detective in the back. And the opening bars of this track certainly don't help to deny the accusation. Looking for the Wakamura residence, where Sato, right, is being a house guest of? Yumeko Shiki, housewife from Tokyo. Yumeko, never been the name of any psychic, right? Soro Kiryu, something like an assistant. So I still feel like my assumption's correct. Maybe housewife is a cover, maybe she's a housewife who's also a psychic. And her spirit detective assistant. Yumeko's assistant, Soro Kiryu. How many deets do we not think until we learn more later? Age secret. Housewife from Tokyo, Kenta Kamishima. 25-year-old assistant, Soro Kiryu. Man who visited Kamishima alongside Yumeko. Recollection. The recollection chain goes deep. Does it count as a desiccated husk of a corpse if it's floating on the water? Futa Migara investigation for Yumeko Shiki. Running around the region, quite used to the area. What was that sigh? Somebody is giving the psychic vision eyes. Does she detect that one of these girls is actually a mermaid? She was looking out at me. That's what that was. I was playing a lot of Ganaja last month, and I'm reminded of Yuriko sometimes directly addressing the player. Aura that sorcerers would give off. She sees it, but she watched a lot of television. So, I'm sure it's character trope she's very familiar with. Shinobu Wakamura. I'm kind of disappointed, because when I say the name Shinobu, it's normally attached to some cute girl. And here we have very much not that. Local magnate, 55 years of age. The single most influential person on Kamishima. Born to an ordinary fishing family on the island, entered his 20s during the post-war economic boom. Through tireless work and juggling multiple side jobs, managed to hustle a small fortune over the years. Went on to invest his fortune to development of Kamishima, not only upgrading its fishing equipment, but also improving the island's infrastructure to entice businesses to set up shop on the island. Efforts that have earned him an appreciation of people all over the island. Currently holds many key positions on the island. Head of the Kamishima Fisheries Cooperative Association. Appointment as the next mayor of Kamishima is all but confirmed. Admired for his many contributions to Kamishima's development, his personality leaves much to be desired. Many stories of him using force to get things to go his way. Often high-handed in his dealings with others, fully aware that his position makes it difficult to oppose him. Moved his main home and base of operations to the mainland many years prior. There's abundant rumors that he has since added loan sharking and land grabbing to the list of ways he's willing to add to a sizable fortune. He recently became an ardent devotee of a certain famous sorcerer in Tokyo. Relies on their guidance when making decisions. Who could it be? Who could it be? Yeah, if they're from Tokyo, maybe they really are sorcerers. Oh, we got multiple places to go. We're at Chol Street. Let's go to the bay. No, it's called the bay, right? Because if it flew over the sea, it'd be called a seagull. Do we have any birds here? Not story chart, files. That's the important thing to look at. The most important thing anytime we go someplace new is to check here. There are no birds. Surroundings. Okay, it's all surroundings. They both got their secret talking spot. Tsukasa. Talk about advice, talk about summer break, talk about TV. It's summer. She'll open up about summer. Obon holidays are over. Oh yeah, it is August. Spirits reuniting with their families. And then disaster on the 5-year anniversary of the previous disaster. 3 days, day after tomorrow. So we have the diving experience, then the day after tomorrow, then disaster, right? Is this what the advice is about? Things I've been watching on TV. Well, let's talk about TV then. We could keep talking about summer break though. So I think that's the thing to do, just keep asking about the summer. She is kind of opening up about all that. What have you got on TV, though? Two-hour suspense drama. We just call that a movie. Keep and record TV programs is the best, and hey, that's how we got that new episode of Doctor Who that was once thought lost. Some guy's collection for his TV recordings. Always watching. Kids these days, that TV rotting their brains. Oh, the TV was actually the option to go with? Something on the local news that halted the music. I'm a diver on the mainland went missing at sea. Old human bones on the seabed near Toba. It's true. Well, she is potentially a hostage in the Waka family, so were it not for TV giving her a glimpse to the outside world. TV show's done, we'll do summer, and then hit up advice. She likes someone. Could it be Yura? Want to tell him how I feel. I hear a meow meow. Toasty's being calm over here. I guess Onyx wants in too. Onyx? Come on in. Onyx was doing the crying he does when he wants a spring thrown, and he brought a spring up. But when I threw his spring around, he didn't really care. What he did like was getting attention, so I think the spring was just an excuse. Right, Onyx? Careful with the keyboard and all these buttons here, baby. Oh, you guys can't see Onyx. It's getting darker out. Maybe a bit too bright. You happy here, Onyx? Who's a good little kitty cat, Onyx? Careful with the microphone, Onyx, don't drop it. Careful with the keyboard, Onyx. Oops. My mouse wasn't in the game. There we go. So her living encyclopedia status is because of her TV experiences. She's seen it all before. For sure. Which of the two? Yeah, which is it? Who else does she hang out with? Yeah, I mean, was there somebody else? She says, looking off to the side, with something of a shy grimace. So who isn't? Yeah, that's the missing question. Or the important question. Shotaro! Look at that face she's making. And look at this common writer. Shotaro! Shotaro stealing all the girls. Mr. Wakamura's son. I mean, what was she, 17 now? And he's in college, so she might still be child territory to him. Depending how far along college he is. Profile updated. Shotaro Wakamura, 21-year-old student. The only son of Shinobu Wakamura, local Kamishima magnate. Due to daddy's influence, he was pampered by those around him from an early age, but grew up to be a pleasant and sincere young man despite this attention. Well regarded by those who know him, often being told he's been blessed with a sharp intellect, good looks, and a variety of talents, and daddy's money. He's currently attending university in Tokyo, back on Kamishima for summer break. Although his father Shinobu wants Shotaro to inherit the influence and wealth he spent much of his life building up, Shotaro himself has no intention of doing so. On the contrary, he is skeptical of the old-fashioned and secular ways of modern society, and regards his father as a very embodiment of those outdated mores, viewing him with utter disgust for his overbearing, vulgar tendencies and superstitious beliefs. So Shotaro is probably going to end up being I want to say a playable character, but part of the story. Maybe somebody we follow along for a little. Onyx, if you want to lick my hand while I pet you, lick Toasty, and he'll lick you back. Groom your brother, have your brother groom you. See this guy Toasty, you're right here. He could be grooming you, but he wants to groom me instead, Toasty. Isn't that silly? I have such silly cats. Shotaro, we do live under the same roof. Don't actually interact. No advice to give. Then we'll talk about advice some more. Oh, that's it for advice? Well, let's talk about Shotaro. If TV can't help us, maybe she'll give something that we can work with. I have to pet the cat while I play. Onyx, if you're gonna be so demanding for pets while I play, what if you shift a little bit more on camera? Then it could be cute and help out the stream appeal. Right now, he just wants to lick me. Hey, I don't even have to pet him. He has a girlfriend in Tokyo. Well, like, that's gonna stop anything, Tsukasa? Especially in the 80s, you know, if you're not the same zip code, it doesn't count. Yes, Onyx. I can keep petting you, but I want to play my game, baby. You haven't been this demanding in the 9 days between finishing up Fields of Mystery until the full release and today. Over a week, and you haven't been this demanding for pets or anything like that. And it's only when I'm streaming that suddenly you want me to pet you while you lick my hand, and then I pet you with a licked hand. Writing a love. Hey, you know what? It's not always successful, but it's doing something. Even if it kills her. She loves going straight to death. Oh, ladies, you haven't been watching Journal with the Witch. It's not right even if it kills me. It's right with the intent to kill. Shotaro himself. He's even got his Henshin watch. They said watches like that. The old reliable, cheap plastic. Well, I'm guessing his isn't plastic, but it's of a similar shape to the cheap plastic ones that I kind of like. Tells time, 20 bucks tops. A couple of buttons to switch between modes. Given that he's the son of the local wealthy magnate, the band makes me suggest not plastic at all. Maybe it's more of a metallic, but even if it is plastic, it's probably going to be a higher end consumer electronic watch. And not, you know, the super cheap ones I like. Shotaro Wakamura, magnate's son. And so then they run off to find Azumi. Could count on you, Sakasa. Let you handle it. The guy knows what he's doing. I mean, look at her. She's melting on the spot. It's obvious to anybody who sees her. Bloop. Oh, that's right. We got something on Yumiko, too. We got so many reminiscings. Is this going to be before they meet? Or after? Notice how this one seems to lead into there. But this one doesn't go anywhere. I don't think we had this blank blip over here either. So I think this over here only unlocked as a possibility to show up after Cursed because of seeing either or both of these. Let's do the Futamigara investigation. Yumeko Shiki and Sorokiryu head to the coast of Futamigara after receiving a report about a strange corpse found there. Futami Town. Futamigara Coast. August 7. Wouldn't August 7 be the day of the dive? Ide looks familiar, but maybe it's more the archetype that I'm looking at. I don't think I saw him in the previous game. Me for the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. I think that's confirmation then. Prefectural Police Detective Masaru Ide. So yeah, he was definitely nowhere near Honjo. Well, I got bad news. Onyx, what are you doing? You're chewing on that little metal knob on the microphone stand that you twist to loosen or tighten the arm. You can't be hungry. You just teething, Onyx? You just teething? Well, I got bad news for Yuza. He wanted to meet a mermaid, and, well... Vision ability. Hello. Also, we have to do our check. Mockingbirds? No mockingbirds here. Coastline just northeast of Ise City. So Ise City is where again? Mie Prefecture. Ise Bay. Coastline just northeast of Ise. So if it's just northeast... I don't know exactly where Ise City is, but I mean, I'm going to assume it's someplace on the western coast then. And so northeast could be anywhere over in this area. Oh, well there you go then. It's not up there at all, it's all the way down here. Northeast of Ise City, so maybe Ise City's more down this way, and then northeast from there. Futamigara is the name of a stretch of coastline along Futami Town. So named during the events of the story, it has since been merged with Ise City. Ah. In Watari District of Mie Prefecture, as part of Ise Shima National Park, has been designated a place of scenic beauty, considered one of the most scenic spots in Japan. Named Futamigara is said to originate from the visit to the area by Yamatohime no Mikoto, where the legend the area's beauty caused her to turn to look back upon it. Linked to Futami, look twice, becoming part of its name. Ise City, in the central northern area of Shima Peninsula, Okay, so I guess central northern of the peninsula is here. Then the coast is there, and the coast has since merged with here. The northern part of the city is on a plain directly facing Issei Bay, while the southern part is more mountainous, surrounded by hills. Having long flourished as a town leading up to the Torii Gate of Issei Shrine, it stands out as a particularly popular tourist destination, even among the many attractions of the Issei Shima area. The city is sometimes referred to as Shinto, meaning City of the Gods. Though best known for Issei Shrine, many other temples and shrines can also be found in the city. You want out now? Now that you're done licking my hand, you want out, Onyx? Okay, baby, alright. Do you want out too, Toasty? You're happy lounging here? Land overlooking Issei Bay is blessed with an abundance of beautiful scenery, including Mount Asama, which is included on a list of 100 famous Japanese scenic spots during the Showa era. Cool. We got more lore by looking at the surroundings. There's not even a check mark. There's more to look at. Now there's a check mark. Police officer. Making sure bystanders can't get too close to the bystanders we can't even look at. Sorakiryu. Psychic detective, what did I say? Not officially with the police, but my assignment with the Yar, he has special permission to accompany. Sorakiryu, 25 years old, psychic detective. An independent psychic who makes his living as Japan's only psychic detective. Soto has no permanent residence, instead traveling throughout the country for training and resolving any metaphysical incidents he comes across. Eventually led him to gaining his current moniker within the industry. Though he has a calm and taciturn personality and is possessed of a sharp mind, he's surprisingly sensitive by nature. However, this trait does not extend to mercy towards spirits and other phenomena, which he often ends up subduing by force. Spiritual abilities. Curses. Ability to use particular curses to inflict harm or otherwise negative effects on others. Effects range from forcibly binding a target in a place to dealing fatal wounds. The stronger the curse's effect, the greater the burden on the user. Shagun. Ability to see the face of a deceased individual from their remains, allowing for recreation of their features via portrait sketch. Only a small piece of the deceased remains is necessary to use this ability. Enough of the thoughts and desires of the dead individual must remain to be effective. So I guess if it's been too long, that they've long since moved on, no more lingering after effects. Feast of Shadows? The ability to create a domain in which the potency and range of certain types of spiritual abilities are increased. How Chunibyo? Only effective at night. Well, I guess Feast of Shadows was also what they called. That was also in effect on a citywide basis in Honjo in the first game, right? Soto himself was able to create a domain up to 1 kilometer in range. Soto's family runs a small shrine dedicated to a certain Onmyoji from the Sengoku period. This Onmyoji is said to be an ancestor of the Kiryu family, which may explain why their bloodline has produced many individuals with a strong spirit sense over the years. Soto was born with an exceptionally potent spirit sense, even within this lineage, leading to his abilities catching the attention of the legendary psychic Itensai Shiki when he was 8 years old. Itensai subsequently took him under his wing as his protege, and Soto underwent rigorous training under his watchful eye. Even now, he is always quick to respond when summoned by his mentor's wife, Yumiko Shiki, and often supports her during her work. So, it's a marriage of psychics between Yumiko and Itensai. He also has a keen interest in swords and is extremely knowledgeable about blades from all countries and era. If it wasn't for actual psychics being real, total Chinibio. He's using his Shagan ability. Masaru Ide, 35-year-old prefectural police detective, assistant inspector in the 1st Investigative Division of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Mie Prefectural Police. He often finds himself saddled with whatever troublesome tasks come the department's way. Something he makes sure to grumble about each time, but is a proficient detective in his own right, being diligent in his duties and having passed his promotion exam without difficulty. Although often said to have a somewhat unreadable expression, he is quite sociable and makes a point to attend all department drinking parties. Born and raised in Mie, Masaru never ventured beyond bicycle commuting distance from his hometown Sioux City, until the time came to attend university. No particular plans for his future in mind, he took the employment exam for police officers, figuring a local government job would at least be stable. He's got no admiration for the police, nor any strong sense of duty or justice, but found the strict discipline of the police force suited to his personality. Some people do just need stricture. He quietly married a fellow classmate from the police academy soon after graduating. And at home, he takes on the role of doting father to 2 sons and a daughter. If pressed to discuss his hobbies, it would include walking and combination puzzles. Strangely enough, he often happens to be walking nearby whenever incidents occur, leading him to be the first one on the scene, even when off duty, something his colleagues frequently tease him about. I feel like there's good potential there for a kind of, I wouldn't say oafish police detective story or game, and not quite amateur. Unwilling, hesitant cases he falls into. Attitude, a deliberate ploy to get those he's dealing with to lower their guard, not to be underestimated. So there's potential then. Where's Ide's Mie investigation game? His eye shifted over to us. Nearby police spots are not too far then. We'll examine it after we get the check marks and everything else. They were here for another case originally. So many other incidents occurring. There is a disaster of 5 years ago that might repeat. The oceans have been rumbling, which have the locals nervous. So we gotta look at the corpse first. Let's look at the corpse. Sorry, Yuma. I think we have found Mom. It was Ide who suggested Mermaid. Let's look at the head first. Won't be able to make public, but if we have proof of mermaids, why not? Sure we do. Kiryu, you gonna use your Shagan ability? Mermaid mummy. The infamous monkey attached to a fish. Relics believed to be either the embalmed or mummified remains of mermaids preserved in temples throughout Japan. Among them, several are said to bestow blessings such as eternal youth or longevity or sound health, and are treated as objects of worship. In the 1970s, some garnered so much attention after being featured on TV that people traveled en masse to see them, prompting some temples and shrines to discontinue public viewings. Mermaid mummy has also been documented in other countries in the 1800s. The exhibition of mermaid mummies as exotic curios became a widespread phenomenon across Europe and the United States. Although these mummies were originally believed to be genuine, subsequent analysis have revealed fibers from materials such as wood and paper in their composition, exposing them to be man-made in origin. The quality of some mermaid mummies crafted in Japan during the Edo period was particularly high, with several being widely circulated, especially in Europe. However, the revelation that many of these mermaids were man-made does not disprove the existence of mermaids. It only proves that these were fakes, and debate continues even today. Or the folklore's got it wrong. Someone didn't hydrate. They just dried out on the beach during the summer sun, then got washed back into sea with the evening tide. And the tail, the objectively fishy part of him. And that's all the check marks everywhere. There's nothing else hidden around here that I can see. So, Kiryu, what do you think, Soto? Now that we saw the corpse. Get a better grasp of details, fine. Now that we saw the corpse, you got anything else for us, Ide? Take a bite and find out, Ide. We've already taken a good look at the corpse, think? Troublesome thing. I think he's done then. Yeah. There's no check mark, but I'm sure by now, Soto's got enough of a grasp of the situation. Another case of the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Residual curse energy lingering around the body. Of course, the curse master, Soto, suddenly some kind of curse bearer himself, would be able to feel that. Not a fake nor a mermaid, it's a cursed victim. You may go to handle explanations. You backed yourself into this corner, Soto. You don't want to do the work now, you gotta do the work later. I mean, yeah, and I get the deets. The Paranormal Affairs Bureau. A late game revelation, or was it more mid game in the first game? And now we're just opening up with it right away, no point keeping it a secret for New World players. Paranormal Affairs, though officially called the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Division Paranormal Affairs Bureau, it's more commonly referred to simply as Paranormal Affairs. Only a handful of people know of its existence, even within the police force. As the name suggests, this unit specializes in investigation and resolution of cases involving paranormal phenomena. Since the existence of such happenings is not public knowledge, nor is it readily believed by the general population, the Bureau's activities are conducted in the utmost secrecy. As there are currently only 5 members of the unit, including the chief, they utilize a network of psychic contacts across the country to assist with their cases. The current chief of Paranormal Affairs is a man named Nakagoshi Case. Although said to have been born to a family of psychics who have been involved in keeping the world safe from paranormal phenomena for generations, Case is an elusive figure. Case? Very few have met him in person, and he has rarely sit in the office. It is said that this is because he's often been the target of curses. However, some theorize it is in fact because he's not actually a flesh and blood human, with some going so far as to question whether he really exists. His seat in the office is usually occupied by his familiar, a Niue, a legendary creature found in Japanese folklore. The Niue resembles an ordinary white thrush, and acts as Kuiru's messenger. I'm going to pronounce it like 15 different ways every time I stumble upon it, leading to bizarre scenes of police officers earnestly reporting their findings to a bird. The term Nakagoshi Case serves as a code name used to refer to cases under investigation by Paranormal Affairs. On that note, I'm really glad that they followed up Paranormal Sight with a sequel. Because even if the case in Honjo was solved and finished, and very few of the characters would be able to follow along to other cases, the very fact that they have a police force dedicated to these Nakagoshi cases is ripe potential for more stories and thus more games. As this mermaid's curse should be evidence of. Yumeko doesn't have the psychic ability, really. Primarily a housewife. Huh. Is she just playing coy? Because Soto is assistant to her, and he's got phenomenal psychic power. So she can't have nothing. Or maybe that is the case. He's a psychic detective assistant, and she's, I guess, the brains and management behind it. It turns out her husband is currently bedridden and fighting a very strong possession that's been taking over his own corpus. Face. That's a screenshot. And now we got the full profile. Balances her work as a housewife with her position as a full-time employee of Paranormal Affairs Bureau, Secret Department in Tokyo Metropolitan. A very refined lady in appearance, surprisingly free-spirited personality. Tends to find anything she has no interest in too bothersome to take seriously. Things that do catch her attention often command it all, and she will actively involve herself in looking into them. Adores her husband, swoons in admiration whenever the topic turns to him. Aww. And she is also viewed with affection by her co-workers, who often call her ma'am. Of the 5 current full-time members of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, Yumiko alone lacks any particular metaphysical abilities, despite possessing a meager degree of spirit sense. Even so, she was chosen to be part of the Bureau's elite unit for a very particular reason. Reasons known only to a handful of people close to her, so still have a few mysteries here. There was once one other member of the Bureau who had no paranormal powers to speak of, veteran police detective Tetsuo Susumi. And the two occasionally worked on investigations together. So timeline-wise, I'm pretty sure that Susumi was basically retired from Paranormal Affairs during Honjo. And then of course he recognizes the curse situation. Does he get drawn back in at the end? Or simply make use of his Paranormal Affairs contacts or resources? When dispatched on assignments now, she always pairs up with freelance psychic detective Soto Kiryu, leaving all paranormal-related procedures, and often her much-despised paperwork, to him. Yumiko's husband is also a psychic by the name of Itensai Shiki. Soto is his cherished protege. We don't have Tetsuo's profile, but it is in blue. And blue suggests he will have a profile. And Itensai is also in blue. Psychics and spirit sense, the various abnormal occurrences attributed to the spirits of the dead, collectively referred to as spiritual phenomena. These can range from small peculiarities, such as being able to see things that shouldn't be there, hearing strange sounds, or feeling a sudden unnatural chill, to large-scale phenomena, powerful enough to defy the laws of physics, potentially even triggering natural disasters. As happened 5 years prior. Harmful spiritual phenomena that causes unwanted effects by interfering with nature or tampering with the human body or mind are called curses. Curses can themselves be divided into 2 categories: natural, arising from negative emotions such as deep resentment for the dead, and those that are intentionally created by someone with a spiritual ability using existing spirit or grudge. However, creating a curse is quite difficult. Tablet does not want to keep track of Twitch all of a sudden. And there's a risk of curse rebounding and curse harm and causing harm to the creator instead. The more powerful the curse, the more stringent the conditions that are required to use it. The ability to sense the energy of spirits and spiritual phenomena is known as spirit sense. The strength of this ability varies from person to person. While it can be increased to a certain extent through training, it ultimately comes down to individuals' innate talent. According to those who have it. Let me see. Tablet, quit being a bitch. I don't want theater mode, I don't want full screen. As long as it's doing its thing. Though nowhere in the way that I want. There we go. Tech. According to those who have it, spirit sense is similar to a sense of smell. The lingering spiritual energy in an area can be detected by what feels like specialized sense organs conveying information such as the relative strength of the phenomena and whether it is benevolent or malevolent in nature. Those with a particular potent spirit sense are also able to glean specific details from the energy, even track it down to its identity of origin, to identify its origin. However, as spiritual energy is unaffected by air movement, it is not possible to use wind to drive it away. The ability to see spiritual phenomena is considered a psychic ability. Spiritual phenomena occur regardless of one's ability to perceive them, so many people that lack spiritual sense are affected by such phenomena without any awareness of the cause. As spirit sense is impossible to quantify, comparing its strength between individuals is difficult. However, as tolerance to forcible exposure to spiritual phenomena is comparable to a tolerance to alcohol, there are those who use this comparison when explaining it to others. Almost done! Psychic ability is a special power to interact with or influence spirit. Covers a wide range of abilities from simply being able to see spirits to being able to directly control or exercise them. Includes the ability to intentionally induce spiritual phenomena in order to use specific skills such as peering into the future, capturing images like photography, or searching for objects using dowsing. Individuals who possess such abilities are known as psychics. People who possess spirit sense but lack psychic ability are particularly susceptible to influence of spiritual phenomena, whether they are aware of it or not, and as such often fall victim to supernatural disastrous disturbances. Is that Yuza's situation where he possesses some spiritual sense but lacks psychic ability? And so he might be drawing to disaster twice? We'll open with the department. Maybe Ide has got a sense of his own kind because he keeps stumbling upon corpses and cases and incidents, even on his off time, just casually strolling about. More recollection! The body from the other day, Ida's gonna be following along too. No. Yumiko Shike still, unidentified skeletons. We got so many things backwards into the past. We're getting reminiscences of reminiscences. I was trying to think, where do I know of a similar case of curses that turn people into fish or whatnot? What is it? What anime? What story? When I remembered, it was Rise of the Golden Idol. Victim died before the transformation was complete. Curse is meant to turn a person's whole body into fish. The vast majority of mermaids, either man-made or victims of the curse. What about the minority of mermaids then? Are the minority of mermaids historically actually real? Cannot confirm or deny things, huh? Yesterday or even earlier today. So the curse works fast then? I can't look at the corpse with this vision, and I can't talk to people either, so I'm going to assume that vision ability is a very short-range thing. If there's something I have to look at, I turn it on, and it's gonna be right there. Do you read it? Times he's caught sight of strange things walking down the road, to say nothing of all the cases he stumbled upon by accident. Headaches, muscle stiffness, hallucinations, memory problems, impaired thinking. Headaches and muscle stiffness ring a bell. This is probably going to be incredibly important. Possession possible with spirits with a very close relationship to their target. Siblings. Or parent and child. So if the two parties are in sync, then Yuza wouldn't experience headaches or stiffness. He did think that the Tomokazuki might have been a hallucination. Pressure them to behave in ways that wouldn't be unusual for the individual in question. So, it would make them do things that they'd likely do, but might not have done. And we are very likely playing a spirit of some kind ourselves, making people do things. So the question of free will isn't that, you got neurons firing, and if the neurons are all firing all their own automatically, then all of our decisions and thoughts are just going by the great machine, and nothing you do is actually free will. No, it's spirit possession, making you do algorithmically likely things. Shagada, yeah. Been asking you from the start, Soto. I didn't forget, I saw it in his dossier. Imagine having the Shagun ability, but also being a shit artist. It doesn't always work, not foolproof. That doesn't sound very convincing. Hold on. What do we think? Let me quickly... Where do I have this filed under? Edit this. Move that over there. Save under something. Save as. Backup game. What do we think? I think it's deliberate. I think maybe that is Mom. Mare? She's got the same point to her chin, the same angle to her cheek, the same look to her eyes, the same style of hair even. I think we found our missing mermaid. Maybe she could use it on herself to turn in or out of fish form as needed. Maybe this is what the backfire looks like. Somekawa! She's a woman of many names. Uses Mom. Dun, dun, dun. Blipping off on that note. So. That's August 7, 1980X. This is August 7, morning. So I guess this is earlier that day. And then this is August 7 morning, August 6th, August 6th. Okay. So I was like, wait, why is this so far ahead if this is August 7, or so far over here if this is August 7? Because the bar hasn't expanded yet. What has expanded though is my bladder. 4.5 hours of stream. Let me get up, get myself more drink. And when I get back, I guess we'll keep doing recollections. Alright, let's give this another push, shall we? I'm expecting that these aren't going to be big, mega, 8.5-hour streams like they were for Fields of Mystria. Fields of Mystria, of course, you just want to keep on doing more and more, because each day you get a little bit more done for your projects. Each day you get to farm a bit more, complete a little bit more of the household chores. This is all story. I'm bludgeoning their foreheads with their plot chains. So I figure depending on the day, 4 to 6 hours might be standard. We're looking at 4 hours and 40 minutes right now. We just did Futamigara investigations. Let's go down a little bit earlier. Unidentified skeletons with Yumeko Shiki and Soto Kiryu. Yumeko Shiki arrives in Toba City, Mie Precursor, to investigate the discovery of skeletal remains with her assistant Soto Kiryu. Date unknown. August. But we know on the 6th of August, they're talking to the girls looking for the Wakamura household. And then on the 7th, they find the corpse of the mermaid. On the 7th, a little bit after Yuza and... I keep forgetting his friend's name. Azami do their dive. The place where the bones were found. The girls were talking about how bones, human bones, are found underwater by Toba City, right? Signs of a curse clearly evident. What if it all comes back down to the Wakamura household? The mom was suspicious. Yuza's mom was suspicious, Murray. But Wakamura is something of a mundane suspicion. The rich guy and local town magnate, who's also done some shady dealings on the mainland. Do we get vision ability here? Probably not until there's a reason to use it. Achievement! Lens flare aligned! Do you think this is photographs with a filter? Or a digitized photograph? Or maybe someone just is a really phenomenal environmental artist and based it off a photograph? Lady Yumeko's a dang movie night aficionado. Ijika Town is a fishing settlement located within Toba City on the eastern tip of Shima Peninsula. Area takes its name from Ijakajima, an island offshore the region. It is said that the hollow in the center of the island was so reflective as to resemble a mirror, leading, once more, to Yamato Hime no Mikoto giving it its current name, which is written with the characters for stone and mirror. The Rias coastline is a particularly beautiful sight, and is well known as a spot to watch the sunrise. It is also notable as a filming location of the first entry in one of Japan's most famous monster film series. Is that actually, though? Ijika. Godzilla Mountain next to the port of Izuka. I had my suspicions, but I don't know a whole lot of Japanese monster movies outside the big ones I didn't want to guess. Toba City. City located on the northeastern tip of Shima Peninsula, adjacent to Ise City and Shima City. Along with the city itself, its administrative area also encompasses 4 populated islands. The combined area of modern Toba City and Shima City was formerly known as Shima Province. Its coastline features one of Japan's most notable Ria coasts that is renowned not only for its marine industries but also for its popularity as a tourist destination. Having originally sprung up as a castle town of the Toba domain, the years following the Meiji era saw Toba flourish as a center of Shima region. With an abundance of marine products available in its waters, it is also famous for being home to the highest number of active ama divers in Japan. Cool. There are many guest houses run by ama divers and fishermen along the shore, providing visitors to the area with the opportunity to enjoy fresh seafood. When they put it like that, I kind of want to go now. Nothing else but surroundings. So let's get to it. The way this is angled makes it seem like Yumiko is so much shorter than him. I gotta look up and strain my neck to talk. Go ahead, rubber duck off of us. "10 days ago, fish up the first bone. Multiple skeletal remains in a fissure beneath the rocks. Severe deterioration, several years to several decades old. If they're all found in a fissure under a rock, I don't think that's just somebody's surreptitious burial spot. I think that's something that probably hunts and feeds, and that's more of its mitten. If those skeletal remains, victims of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster. Well, then why would they be collected to this fissure below the rock here? And if some are several years old, then okay. But if some are several decades old, then we got some repetition going on. "6 years, then beyond. 10 years before that. Another 10. Another 10. She seems really upset. It's not a very simplistic art style, but it's still simplistic enough that it's surprising the kinds of moods that they could pull off with just a few lines. He's already managed the exorcism. Never Garrett, try again. Yeah, right. Come on, tablet. You got one job, and that's monitoring. Clean, precise, cut, clearly severed. Where? What bone? Along what axis? She's got some marks of her own on her neck. Is that her husband's doing? She is said to be extremely doting on her husband, adores him completely. A master swordsman with a razor-sharp katana cleaved each of them with a single stroke. Maybe not the victims of the disaster, but what if it is curse-related? What if somebody knows about the people turning into fish, and before they can complete their transformation, cut in half? Or maybe he finds a mermaid. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe somebody is cursed to become a fish, and then halfway through their transformation, they're cut in half, and their fish flesh is eaten. And the body that was washed up, that they look at later that day, managed to escape before being sliced up by the immortal swordsman. Trace of a curse at each of the severed points. Yeah, because that was her fish half being cut off. A curse echo that looked like a warrior in her armor. They're stabbed. A curse tied to the Heike. No, wasn't that the clan that was opposed? I'm not a historian of Japanese history. I didn't go to school in Japan. So, as we found out during my playthrough of Ishin, like a dragon Ishin, Japanese history for me is a learning for the first time kind of thing. But I saw Inoue, and there was that conflict between the clans that basically ended with a fight over water and the loss of all of one clan, right? And some treasures dropping into the sea. And it's said that to this day, crabs that have a certain pattern on their back are said to be the samurai or whatever. Inuo. Based on the novel Tales of the Heike, Inuo. Friendship between Inuo, yada yada yada. Genji clan sought the Imperial Regalia to unite the Emperor's throne, defeat the rival Heike clan, Battle of Dan no Ura. The Child Emperor drowns while carrying the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Battle of Dan no Ura. Major sea battle of the Genpei War occurring at Dan no Ura, Shimonoseki Strait, off the southern tip of Honshu. Nah, that's way on down then. Kannon Straits. Of course. So either you tell us or we tell you. The Heike. Abbreviated genealogy, Taira no Masamori, and so on, so on, so on. Part of the Issei Taira clan, which was itself an Issei-based branch of the Taira clan, a prominent samurai family of the Heian period. Issei. Although the entire Issei Taira clan was greatly influential, Heike refers to the particularly prosperous lineage of Taira no Masamori, Taira no Taramori, that's in blue, and Taira no Kiyomori. Known as one of the most prominent samurai families of the Heian period alongside the Minamoto clan, the Taira clan was originally based in the Kanto region. However, following Taira no Masakado's uprising against the central government in the year 935 that is suppressed at the hands of Taira no Satomori, the latter's son, Korahira, moved to Issei province, where he came to wield significant political power. This was the start of what would become known as the Issei Taira clan. For generations, from Korahira, Taira no Masamori consolidated the family's influence in Issei. His successor, Tadamori, was granted permission to enter the imperial court in 1132, eventually attaining a rank equal to that of nobility. The distinguished military exploits of Tadamori's son, Taira no Kiyomori, further led to Kiyomori's promotion to Daijō Daijin, Chancellor of the Realm, the highest possible governmental rank, in 1167. You guys taking notes? This is going to be on the quiz. In 1180, Kiyomori's daughter, Noriko, married into the imperial family, and her son ascended the throne as emperor, enabled the Heike to consolidate their monopoly on political authority. Thus, the Taira clan came to dominate the political landscape of the time. Such was their wealth and power that one member of the clan is said to have remarked that all those who did not belong to the Taira clan were to be considered people of no position. However, this golden age of the Taira clan did not last long. Their arrogant rule and dictatorial grasp on power led to many turning against the Taira clan, and the stirrings of rebellion soon came to a head, with several prominent figures joining forces in a bid to overthrow them. In the midst of the resulting years of warfare, Kiyomori died of illness on March 1181. Despite losing one of their key members, the Taira clan continued to struggle against their opponents, but to no avail. In 1185, they were finally defeated in the Battle of Dan no Ura, and many of its members, including Kiyomori's grandson, Emperor Antoku, who was still a child at the time, were lost beneath the waves of Dan no Ura, burdened with unfulfilled ambitions. And if one watches Inuo, it's basically about those, the unresolved desires of those spirits who were lost, wanting their stories told. It is said that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword, one of the three imperial gate of Japan, regarded since ancient times as a symbol of imperial authority, was also lost to the sea that day. After their defeat, the surviving members of the Taira clan, now disgraced as fallen warriors, scattered across the country and lived out their days in hiding. Even to this day, legends of Taira clan survivors persist in various regions across Japan. Was it the grass cutter sword itself? You see the crabs down there? Is that to represent that those samurai who fell overboard and died at sea have their faces on the back of the crabs? No, the famed blade Nukemaru. And of course, there's Taira no Tadamori. I'm pretty sure his name was in blue over in the files. 「私はあなたのために」 This is the line from the Issei Taira clan. 私はあなたのために This is the line from the Issei Taira clan. 私はあなたのために This is the line from the Issei Taira clan. 私はあなたのために This is the line from the Issei Taira clan. 私はあなたのために This is the line from the Issei Taira clan. Yeah. And so he probably will become, at the very least, a spirit of importance as his plot of curses goes on. Maybe that's us. Maybe we're Taira no Taramori. We're some spirit. That much I'm quite certain of, given the pattern of the previous game. And given that the tutorial seemed to begin underwater, and then the camera goes through the cave going up. It's a possibility. A curse of the Heike. We're gonna keep the cursed stone element from the first game to this one. In Tokyo last year, huh? Does Honjo count as a suburb of Tokyo? Honjo, comma, Tokyo. Neighborhood in Sumida, Tokyo. Yeah. So I guess this would put a firm pin at the timeline then. The Seven Mysteries of Honjo was last year, and then this is a direct sequel afterwards. It's a 1980X, so there's always doubt as to when is it exactly one after the other. I don't expect them to be related stories apart from the setting and the premise of the curses and the paranormal affairs department. Curse stones? We've all played the game or saw the stream the last time. Conditions must be fulfilled to use them based on spiritual power, characteristic of the curse itself. If the curse stone has a low spiritual power, may it only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as under the influence of a feast of shadows. Very likely Yumiko. Maybe they have more than one curse stone. Maybe one curse stone allows them to turn people to fish, basically turning them into mermaids, and the other curse stone cuts them clean in half, dump the human half, eat the fish half. Kudos. How about a raise? Of how he looked. I was expecting Mare to show up again. She was missing at sea after 5 years ago. The corpse found today bears a remarkable resemblance to her face. I'm going to say that's Yuma's mom. Yuma's mom. But it'd be funny if the same face kept showing up in other corpses. What do we think? I'm thinking, nah. Mare has a higher forehead like I do. The shape of the jaw is broader in this picture. Eyebrows different, hair different, so it's not just her wearing different hair, it's just a different face entirely. No matches found, huh? Outsider, maybe? Toba seabed skeletons. Multiple human skeletons recovered from a deep fissure on the Toba seabed. See, that's why I'm thinking maybe mermaid is the culprit, because if it's a fissure on the seabed, it has to be somebody who has reliable access to that fissure. It can't just be somebody weighing down a duffel bag with a body in it and tossing it overboard. So I'm thinking if it's supernatural, a mermaid. If it's not supernatural, an ama diver who could easily access that spot time after time. Initial estimate indicated there are at least 5 bodies disposed of there. Following information not made available to the public. Identity is unclear. All are male. Each body thought to have been disposed of at different times, most recent about 6 years ago. Facial sketch of the individual obtained using the Shagun ability. Other remains show signs of gradual aging, oldest dating back more than 30 years. Though the presence of old remains has also been confirmed, they've been completely decayed. It's impossible to tell how old they are. It is unlikely that the bodies could have drifted into the fissure naturally. It is thought that someone has been discarding them there every few years. Each skeleton shows signs of a clean and precise cut inflicted by a sharp blade. Traces of a curse also detected from around the severed section. Believed to have been killed by the curse wielded by someone connected to the Heike. And there's still more on skeletal. We haven't even touched the state of the sea yet. Six years ago. So wouldn't it be either the boy's parents She's pretty, but how smug does she have to constantly be flaunting her hickeys? We get it. You really, really love your husband. She's missing her 2-hour suspense thrillers. We finally got the check mark on skeletal remains. Stay to the sea. All the way to Kamishima. There's a little turtle shape. Water south of Kamishima saturated with the powerful presence, the curse of the raging waves. The locals weren't wrong then, the sea really is rumbling. So this is gonna be a stronger disaster than 5 years ago, huh? The seal broken? That's my doing. I smashed the X chain underwater. It just gave me gather, so I was gather, smash, then oh wait, should I have done that? What if that was part of our possession? Because what would have possessed us to just smash a random cross chain that we find underwater? We did that before looking down the hole. But time could be nebulous. It could have been, canonically, we looked down the hole, got a bit of light possession, broke the seal with a human body. Two or 3 days of safety. The curse of raging waves. A curse that causes an outbreak of turbulent waves and violent storms of the seas around Kamishima. It is said that the curse was born from the resentment of the former residents of Taishima, an island once located to the south of Kamishima, after someone brought about its destruction. Some believe that several of the disasters that have struck Kamishima in the past were actually caused by this curse in some manner, including the Kamishima South Sea disaster that occurred 5 years ago. We're doing this at a very slow pace. 5 hours just now getting this information. I spent like 2 hours diving. But we're getting some good, meaty things to chew on now. The person accused of bringing the curse to Kamishima was called the Raging Waves Curse Bearer, and was shunned by the island's inhabitants. Do you think that's the true reason why they were shunning Mare? And then potentially Yuza too now? Not just, oh, she was different, oh, he survived. When they say, oh, she brought about this disaster, do you think they still have that memory of the Raging Waves Curse Bearer? It's refreshing to have the perspective this early in of people who know about curses and know about the specific curses involved in the case so far. Not that there's anything wrong with playing as mostly people blind to the world of curses and supernatural, or at the very least unfamiliar with these curses in Paranormicide 1. But it's a fun flip around of perspective. No idea where your ancestors' keepsake is. Not like that's gonna be important, right? Behind me? Hello? Wait, that face. Could it be? Was Mom just across the bay the whole time? And when they ID'd, or at the very least they saw the photo of the sketch of the corpse, like, what's her face? So maybe they last saw her alive here, and then fished that afternoon? What do we think? I think it's a very strong possibility. The hair is a closer match. The angle could make the jaw shape a little bit different, and of course she's in anguish of some kind. So the eyebrows aren't going to be exact either, but the nose is similar. It's also 5 years later, so maybe that's why the hair's gone from black to brown. You know that he's doing the bird run, whatever you call it, the ninja run, the Naruto run. It turns out that's the face of Golden Boy Kintaro. She's being very suspicious. She's also, I just now realized, got some heterochromia. Or maybe just one eye's going glaucomic. Possession, maybe? Everything's possession, cursed spirits. Several hours later. She's not cut out for the legwork. Give us the surroundings again. Kamishima. Some nice big cloud brewing on the horizon. About the portrait sketch. Nobody recognized him. If I'm somehow right and someone is using a curse to turn people into half fish and then chops them in half with another curse and then eats the fish flesh for immortal life or longevity while dumping the bodies, it would make sense that it would go for out-of-towners. You know, people are just passing through, expected to be gone, nobody cares, nobody's gonna miss them. If they went for a local cuisine, then people are going to notice regular disaster. A near perfect match. We're looking for a man with no nose, he's only got nostrils. Oops. Meant to click his face. Not from this town either. Not from this town, and so she makes a perfect victim. Had nothing but an old wooden box, clutching as if very dear to her. Like the kind that porcelain's carried in? Used to work as an ama diver. Madare also wandered into town 5 years... No, was it much longer than 5 years ago? Then got married to Dad and then produced What's-His-Face, and then died 5 years ago. But Madare also was a stranger who wandered to town, picked up ama diving, but otherwise was able to seemingly support herself without problem, right? Was she one of those mysterious self-support types? "20 years ago arrived on Kamishima, no possessions. Tight-lipped, from a small town in the mountains, left home for undisclosed reasons. Had a talent for free diving, picked it up there. Okay, nothing about independent support there. Who was it then? Who am I thinking about? 18 years ago, still pregnant mother Nagisa Awao moved to Kamishima alone. Single mother household. Questions evaded. Mother never had any financial difficulty despite not working. That's what I was thinking of then. Somekawa. So not mom then. So the portrait that they had. Okay. So the Maure mystery still goes on. She's still considered missing. She didn't just turn up on the opposite side of the bay. Was it on a 2-hour mystery suspense thriller on TV? A woman who cast off her past long ago? Shouldn't let it bother me, Yumeko. If it's relevant to the case, you gotta tell us. Somekawa. Unknown. Woman in Toba. Occasionally does work as an ama diver, unclear who she is, where she came from. Apparently showed up in Toba about 5 years ago. Nothing but a grubby wooden box to her name. Been living there since. 5 years ago was when the disaster was. Maybe it is mom. Fell overboard, turned into a mermaid. Couldn't exactly stay on Kamishima Island and figured, well, nobody on Kamishima Island goes over to Toba. They're all very insular. The unidentified skeletons or the curse of the raging waves. 2 things to worry about. And they were also here for some other case before being pulled into these. No leads for the skeletons. That's for Ide to worry about. And the curse of the raging waves? Now we know something horrible is gonna happen to Kamishima. On the first ending we got, and a little bit of a blip after what could be the Tome... whatever his name is. It's been a while since Tome Kazuma. We saw snippets of everyone in town dying. So something bad is about to happen. The main objective is a so-called Curse of the Raging Waves. His ancestors' keepsake is really that important. Maybe the ancestors' keepsake isn't specifically tied to this curse, but just has some special power he could use or amplify what he can do. It is said that item may hold the key to lifting the curse of the raging waves, or it's specific. Space. Inside the model of a mermaid mummy. It's always coming back to mermaids. And so, after stopping by to identify an actual mermaid mummy, they go to the island, or is that afterwards? Because it's just right across the bay. They could take a ferry out, ferry back over. Someone of influence, huh? And it turns out he just want to talk to you about your car's limited warranty. Leading us into the reminiscence that led to this reminiscence. Secretly retrieve the mermaid corpse. But we didn't. We saw a corpse. Head to shoulder. So it would have to be a separate mermaid corpse if the mysterious girl who was tending them for a bit ends up being the one who washes up later. Thought it resembled local llama diver Tamiko Suma. I don't think I recognize either of those names. We don't have a Suma here, do we? We don't have a Tamiko either. Yeah, first things first, mermaid story. And they go on from no to one more. So they pop by to deal with the curse of the raging waves. Do a little small investigation into the skeletons. But they find out about a mermaid corpse of Tomiko that was found by someone and taken away. Leading to this. And then leading to that, where they look at another mermaid skeleton that washes up, or a mermaid mummy. And then, by the afternoon of August 6th, because this is 7th. So on the 6th, unknown date, okay, so no wonder they've been describing themselves as running all over the place. Unidentified skeletons and a mermaid mummy that's been taken away. And then at some point, after these, they want to talk to somebody of influence who might know something, so they go to try to find the Wakamura estate. And then the next day, while the diving's going on, in the morning, they find the mummified half-mermaid remain of the strange woman from here. Building up that mental map of everything so far. I like games like this, where I could try to throw a whole lot of spaghetti to the wall, try to find some patterns, see which patterns fall off the wall, which stick. We haven't found any new birds, though. And no new birds means we don't get to fill out more of the Mockingbird relations chart. But Autosave was 7:24 p.m. It is 7:26 right now. So I think I could trust the autosave. But I'll put a save in slot 2 anyway. But I think that this is going to be where I called it for tonight, because it has been 5.5 hours, and we're almost out of the initial reminiscences. I'm sure there's a few clues we might be able to glean from this title screen. Underwater, there's a kind of portal in an arch over the Yo, and the starry galaxy beyond. This wouldn't involve aliens, it's more grounded than that, it's just supernatural curses. But that is gonna be it. And I am super excited to play more of Paranormasight. It's more Paranormasight, and I want to play more Paranormasight. But I have been away for good reason. Part of which was getting sucked into Pocopia for like 9 days. But also tax season. Like I mentioned before, your pal Guinea has actually made money enough to have to do taxes this year. And so I've been procrastinating a little bit. A big amount of procrastination has in fact come from Pocopia basically consuming my week. And so I've been in kind of a fugue state most days. And then some days like, you know what, I'm awake, we're gonna do this. So it's a process. I want to get that at the very least done over the weekend. It's already the 13th of March. Tax season, the deadline is what, the 15th of April? I haven't got much time, and if I gotta like do a thing, then wait for a thing and do a thing, who knows? It's a process for me here. Then we'll see. So, and like I said, it was a week on Pocopia, so I basically got the game to exhaustion. Main story stuff done, now it's basically making prettier houses for my Pokemon, putting better habitats for them, dens, houses, cottages. Maybe I figure they're better as an outdoor Pokemon, carve them out a cave, find them a nice field of grass or flowers to sleep on, make it all pretty to get their happiness up, build more habitats to spawn more Pokemon. It's just completion stuff right now. Now that it's just completion stuff and most of the sense of discovery has faded, I could actually be properly productive again. So, that's major task 1 for the year that I want to do. And I want to make progress on it. We will return to doing more Paranormasight. I don't see any streamer guideline on not playing past a certain point, so I'm going to play as much as I can. But for now, I know that Macaw's on, and I know that Macaw is playing. What is that crazed game he was playing earlier? And that Swedish guy was also playing earlier this week too. Haunted Lands, a fresh start. It was actually kicking his ass when he was playing it the last time. I do see more people are playing Paranormasight, The Mermaid's Curse. That's really, really cool, but I'm gonna raid into somebody I'm gonna watch anyway. So, thank you folks for hanging out. I'm gonna toss you guys on over to Macaw, and I'm gonna find myself some light dinner. And hopefully I finish my little tax homework by this weekend and we can jump right back into this Monday. So, wish me luck for that. And I'll catch you guys around later. Y'all have a good day, a good weekend. Stick around for the raid, say hi to Macaw. And I'll catch you guys next time. Take care.
ちゃ忙しいスーパーヒーロー。お肉の手入れサインの練習。空手チョップで橋終わったら牛丼片手にダンシングロックンロール。
強い
当たり前
素敵
そりゃそうさ。
かわいい
照れるな
美徳
ガックン。
手の突っ張りはいらんですよ。
言葉の意味はよくわからんが、とにかくすごい自信だ。レスラー怪獣私が相手だと